How are you? Hi, I'm Brian Kelly. Good to see you.
Brian, hi, Cabal.
Good to see you.
Good to see you.
Yeah. We're gonna get you guys in the front row. The aim isn't all at
Yeah.
Oh, that's it. Get up in there. How are things? Had attitude yesterday. That was fun. We should have you guys together.
Center now, but.
Yes. Okay. Oh.
But Muhammad's gonna be.
He's upstairs. He'll be down. in a minute. Yeah. Yeah.
I'm ready where you are.
I am, haven't even opened this up yet. So. So not right. That's right. It's not right. Good morning. So for those of you down in the great space or upstairs that are talking, I ask that you lower your voices because we're about to begin the thesis reviews this morning, and we own the entire acoustical envelope of this building. If you're in the upper floors and we are bothering you, close your doors. When you come out of those classrooms and you feel excited about having passed an exam or vice versa, keep the noise down. Thank you. Very, very politic today. Where's Alan? Where'd Alan Dinerman go? He disappear on us? Alan Dinerman was here a moment ago. Oh, no wonder. Matt, he operates in different ways. Okay. So, okay, good morning. I'm Brian Kelly. I'm the your host this for today. We have for all of you folks, there's little refreshments out there periodically when we get up and move to a different project to look at. Get a chance to do that. There's usually a break of about 5 minutes between the projects. Today, we have joining us Pavlina here, and next to her, Kupao, who are both with is it PI or PIKL Studio in Baltimore? Welcome. Happy to have you here with us today. Did Dan Morales make it? I don't see Dan here. No. Then we also have Melanie Quintanilla from Air St. Gross here today. We have Denny Ruggieri, who's our colleague in landscape architecture here today. And then a scratch from yesterday, but now here today is Alan Dinerman from Dinerman Architects in Washington, D.C. Yesterday, some of you may know we got a late start because school started late. So we've shifted around the order of people. And we'll notice we'll have one extra student to review in the afternoon, and we'll make that clear to you. So could I ask you to hold that computer for 1 second, and I'm going to take this. I need the cheat sheet because I never remember who the committee members are on these things. So we're going to begin this morning with Andrew Watkin. And Andrew has been working on a project fairly close by. Here we go. That focuses on spirituality and the space of interfaith. And his committee chair was Marcus Cross, who's right there. And Mohammed Gayapur, who I'm going to go upstairs and get, or if maybe somebody in the back of the room is inspired to get him to come down, that would be helpful. And then Stefano Villani from the Department of History with us, focus on religious studies. This is the great thing about Maryland is that if you go outside of your turf as an architect, you can find people with all kinds of interests to help you in your thesis project. So good luck, and we'll talk in a few minutes.
Good morning. My name is Matthew Watkins, and Problem. And today I want to take you on a journey to a space for interfaith. And so, interfaith dialogue, which is a concept rooted in grassroots movements, is the idea of transcending religious boundaries to understand your common man or common woman, and basically understanding through dialogue, exchange, and that way you can resolve conflicts and better understand the people around you that are creating more mixed communities. And so, today, with our ever diversifying society, we need to make sure we have a proper way of adjusting and exchanging with people who are different from us. And so we're going to use architecture and nature to probably, hopefully, solve that problem or create a precedent for that for further growth and for more dialogue to take place. And so religious diversity, like I said, is a global change. And significantly in countries such as Afghanistan, it doesn't change as much because it's predominantly one religion. But Singapore is the most religiously diverse nation in the world with a rating of 9.0 out of 10. And so it has various different religions, but the United States is somewhere in the middle ground with a 4.1. It's still majority Christian, but it is ever growing with immigration becoming obviously a big change today. And so in American history, there's three great waves of immigration, and currently we're in the modern era, which, as you can see, almost triples the amount of the past two waves, with 76 million people coming in, mostly from Latin America and Asia, which brings along with it a religious diversity for Buddhists, Hindus, and different Christians or Abrahamic religions we might not see today. And so the American religious landscape is changing year to year. And so from 2020 to 2024, it might not look like it changed too much, but it did change a few percentage points. And that might seem pretty small, but with each percentage point, it could represent thousands or hundreds of thousands of people representing the United States of America, particularly reducing the amount of Christians and increasing in Eastern religions such as Buddhism and Hinduism, and also in the Islam intake. And so, to better understand the interfaith movement, I interviewed people from the Interfaith Council of Metropolitan Washington, and also I participated in the IFC Unity Walk along Embassy Row this September to better understand how relationships might proceed in spaces in real time. And so, in that, I realized there was a very wide array of diversity in DC, especially outside of just Christianity, and I got to experience a synagogue for the first time, seek water for the first time, and they were very welcoming to me and making sure that I knew what was going on and educating me on what was the differences between how I might perceive it as a Christian versus how it might be seen in a different religion. And so I wanted to make sure that I could take what I learned from this and bring it into the built environment and expand upon it. And so with that, the U.S. Institute of Peace, before it was dismantled by our current administration, actually did studies and research into how interfaith dialogue could be used as a conflict resolution tool. And so instead of having people who are not trained, having people like religious leaders or trained advisors be present during peace talks that allow for people to better understand religious changes in our present day, but also solve violent conflicts or reduce discrimination and allow for more people to understand each other better. And so, taking that, I did see that there was some downfalls with the current interfaith structure, mostly because there's an exclusion between religious leaders being involved in these conversations and people who are actually being affected by it being excluded. And so to change for that, I wanted to create a model to allow for people to experience more of the interfaith dialogue and exchange within a day or even a few days to allow for more of a growth and community building, particularly in the community we're going to discuss soon. And so Montgomery County in Maryland, which we are currently close by, is one of the most religiously diverse counties, if not the most religiously diverse, in the United States, with a rating of 8.886 out of 1. And so along here, you can see that there's actually a highway, New Hampshire Avenue, which connects from DC all the way through Montgomery County and also passes a little bit through Prince George's County. But this highway is commonly called the Highway to Heaven. And so it allows for people of different religions to come together, and this actually shows around 70 or higher different sacred spaces, including temples, mosques, and churches, that allows for diversity of community and also cultural interests in the different varied tapestries. And so looking along that highway, I noticed that there was, like I said, very different temples and churches available, but also cemeteries, community centers, and different ways of communicating. But Well, I did notice that they're very distinct and individualized, whether it be Ukrainian Catholic churches or Hindu Indian mandir, or even a mosque temple that a mosque community center that allows people to come together in their own communities, but it's very separated and it's very diverse, but it doesn't allow for much integration between different peoples. And so to build on that, I wanted to understand what sacred space is. And so, of course, every religion has their own place of worship. And while that is very dependent on location and time period, there are certain elements that tie into all sacred spaces, including darkness and light, allowing for light to illuminate certain areas and darkness to allow for more contemplation. Or even silence and noise, where you have moments where you have such great space and you get to talk more or allow for more presentations or traditions, and you have times for more silent contemplation. Humility and monumentality, where you have, for instance, the first entrance and it's very humble, but it's more small scale, versus towers or large spires that reach into the heavens that allow for people to recognize where they are and also give people more of a feeling of the ineffable. And of course, emptiness and profusion versus having more very intimate spaces where people might be close to clutched together, like a small chapel, or the main worship space or main area where you have more room to navigate and think about what you're doing. And so on the journey of sacred space, from different research I've done, I noticed that there was three main points. The threshold, where you basically enter the new gateway to the new reality. You have the procession, or the journey, where you go along the space, and it could be open air, it could be enclosed, or it could be just nature. And also connection point, where you have the most connection point to the divine, where it might be where you're worshiping, praying, meditating, and becoming closer to what you define as God or your own deity. And so these are also some other ways you can worship, whether it be service or exchange or tradition, allowing for different practices depending on the religion. But I wanted to focus really on those three main points: the threshold, procession, and connection, to let it design the space. And another aspect of religion that's very universal is the elements. And so people might not think about it too often, but for instance, fire represents the actual fire you might see, or for candle lightings or different traditions, but also sunlight, heat, and that way it allows for more of a textual or feeling emotion that you can have, or even bring people together, like how it did for the first humans. Air, which represents the air around us, of course, but also clouds, the heavens, the divine, or even the beyond what we don't understand, which includes space or the ether. And also earth, which represents the ground we all walk on, of course, but also the nature that's around us, and also people in general for most religions or several religions, where they see people coming from the actual earth. And water, where it could be the actual water bodies around us, but also water features such as fountains or flooding pools or baptismal fonts. That way people can worship, but also reflect upon what they've learned or how to proceed with their tradition. And so, to better understand sacred space, but also take a space in nature to expand upon that, I picked the Triadelphia Reservoir, which is connected to the Patuxent River and also the Chesapeake Bay, and is currently used for, of course, fresh water, but is also a nature park, which has several hiking spaces. And I was introduced to this site through the Brighton Dam, which actually has a dam and several hiking trails, but also has several installations such as the Azalea Garden, which allows for a maze-like experience, and also has different pavilions or even rock formations that allow for more of a nature-driven area. And I did see this, but I thought he improved upon and pushed further. And so for the next site, actually, it's north of this, Greenbridge site, which actually where our site is today. It's along the hiking trail, but it also has more instances where you can be close to the water and more intrusive into nature, with several hiking paths taking you through there and into the waterfront. And along that, I can see that they have a parking lot which uses a permeable grounding, which allows for more drainage along the hillside, but also a diverse amount of plant life, including ground cover, different trees, and vines that allow for almost an ineffable feeling that you can't achieve with the built environment. And so, as you can see, we've considered that also the yellow in here as represents the floodway, which represents how the water can actually go up to that height, and so you have to use that as like a design consideration, making sure you don't block that or manipulate it too much, even though this is all man-made. But to understand the site better, I actually used the Portland Japanese Garden by Kingo Kuma as a way to understand site intervention without destroying the site, and using nature and culture as a way to strengthen it rather than making it more empty or concrete. And so, using a site overlay, I overlaid the actual site to scale to see how to actually size this without being too disturbing of the trees and the nature already present. And also emphasizing the journey of it, the axis mundi is a concept of using rising and descending to explore changing planes of existence, but also to explore the changing topography on the site. And so I noticed that here on the site, there's actually two big moments where you descend into the site and you have a boundary between sacred and secular made by that, and then you rise again into the new realm of a better understanding, or that's the intention at least. And then you have the hill at the top of the site where you descend further east into the by the waterfront, and allows for a good instances where you can see from the entire site, but also get different planes of existence as well too. And so exploring more of the nature, we include the waterfront, and also I notate every single tree on the site to make sure I decrease the amount of trees we take down and place the projects accordingly. And so now coming to the actual design aspect, I want to expand upon the schedule or the idea of 24 hours on this site to allow for people to first arrive, be welcome into it, and have a time for contemplation and exchange, and then go into casual and formal exchange among their different people there as well too. And then having time for their own personal journey, whether it be during prayer times for the Islam faith, or even just exploring the site and the nature available there as well too. And then eventually finishing with the Her Pavilion, where you have an overnight stay, and then you can come together again before you leave and explore the nature again, and then you finish your journey, and we're going to explore that now. And so for the site, there's 5 main spaces. There's a threshold building by the parking lot, where that's the main boundary between the sacred and the secular when you first arrive. Then you move on to the reflection pavilion, which is over the waterfront and allows for more of a open air natural boundary. And then you move on to the Her Pavilion, which is to the north, where you have 20 cabins allowing for people to stay overnight and get a better experience over 24 hours, even more amount of time. And then at the top of the hill, you have the tower and the labyrinth of the beyond, which allows for people to look over the site, but also allow for more connection points. And there's also a meditation garden down by the waterfront, allowing for more people to realize water and the effect it might have on reflecting. And so in our site sections, you can see the journey is really the biggest aspect, and you can probably see it better on the poster boards. But it allows people to first start at the threshold and then move on to the next spaces of reflection and then community, whether it be the hearth or the cabins. And then in the next one, you have the hearth, and it connects to the connection point of the tower, and you descend down to the meditation garden, expanding upon the axis mundi. And so this diagram shows that as well too. And so the first space we were going to explore, the threshold building, is mainly a wood building that allows people to descend from the parking lot down into the new plane of existence, allowing for more of a reflection, but also communication between different people of different faiths. And so when you first enter, you have these gateways, which are reminiscent of Torii gates from the Shinto religion, and it allows for people to have markers to allow them to know where they're supposed to go for their spiritual journey. It also gives markers for accessible pathways and allows for a way to guide you when it gets darker or when it gets a little bit harder to navigate nature. And so in the plan, we have several main spaces. The welcome hall is when you first enter in. And for instance, during sunrise or when you first arrive, you would have several installations there to allow for you to not contemplate on nature, whether it be water, earth, or air or fire. And so each one actually is aligned upon, depending on the installations on the site, which we're going to explore further. But you also have this floor as the main floor of contemplation or formal exchange. And so you have the library where people might come together and study or talk around a fire, or you have the classrooms using concentric circles or arrangements to allow for group exchanges for people to talk and also communicate. And you also have an office suite there in the first part to allow for people to be navigated, and also security to provide safety for the site. And like I mentioned before, you have these installations and to allow for people to contemplate the nature before they enter the site, and allow for a moment of reflection before you move on to the next threshold. And we also have a structural system using wood trusses and wood mass timber to allow for people to have a great space without being interrupted by columns or more structure. And so this gives you a better view of the installations we might have. So we have a internal fire surrounded by a water fountain. We also have a rock sculpture with natural vines growing around it. And we have a air sculpture, which actually uses fog to allow for people to have a little bit more mysticism or ineffable, which you can't really achieve through just simple air. And so in the library, like I said, you have the people coming around the fire, you have a large table for studying time, and it allows people to just take their time and study about religions or conflict resolution possibly, and allow for that formal exchange between people of different faiths. And then once you descend down the main stair, which is the main way to get down to the ground level, it allows for a courtyard experience where you have to basically interact with nature. It's a forceful way to make sure you see the nature and you get the chance to experience it. That's the main reason for the site. And as you ascend into the second floor, or the ground floor, we have the more casual spaces for exchange, including a lounge space and also a cafe area where people can talk and eat, but also you notice that people will actually communicate more when they're happy and hungry. And so it allows for more people to feel at home, but also feel a little more relaxed. And it shows a better diagram showing that, showing where you have the conference room where people might be first entering, and then you have the kitchen area where people might actually come together and cook meals together as part of a group. And so once you move upon that, you have the cafe, like I said, but you also have a water wall emphasizing the water nearby, and also allowing for a good ambiance for people to come together and be a little more relaxed. And so, using the precedent of the Chapel on Water by Tondo Ado, it really emphasizes the moment where you have people coming together to see water, nature, or even just the outdoors in a structured way. That way allows for reflection, but also an ineffable feeling where you can't really achieve it by just experiencing the journey by walking around. And so, looking at the seasons or how time changes allows you to notice that water or even nature can really reflect on how the divine changes the world around us. And so, taking that as inspiration, I made the reflection pavilion, which actually is over the water and is the boundary between sacred and secular, where people can take a moment to pause and reflect upon what they learned in the threshold building and look upon nature and really enjoy sunsets, sunrises, or even just time together. And it's a little more intimate and smaller space, so it's not necessarily a required experience, but it is a good experience to have when you have a time where it might be a little more a little intense being sharing with different people, different faiths. And so moving on to the next journey is the threshold of the hearth. And so the hearth is a form of community building or even just bringing people together around a fire. And obviously fire might be seen as evil or bad in some religions or some cultures, but fire is really mostly about bringing warmth and having something to gather around, or even like creating the passion that you might want to share about. And so using barberry bushes to represent the fire that we are leading up to, this pavilion actually has the cabin surrounding the hearth pavilion and allowing for that main center space to be the group share area where people might end their day sharing about what they learned. And so from each step you go into the site actually goes into from more community to more private as you move from the hearth into the more community area, and then you move into where you might have a small amount of neighbors nearby, and then you have your private residence where you have a cabin where you can stay overnight. And so this shows how people might interact with the site, but it's also really showing that it's ideal to use it during nighttime so you have the full effect of having a fire, having the sunset in the background, and allowing for more people to really get more comfortable with sharing. And so, like I said, you want to keep we're keeping the amount of people on the site very low, around 20 people maximum. It's similar to Glenstone, where it allows for people to observe nature, but also not be disturbed by too many people. And so these little nooks we have, or sections where you have 5 cabins arranged together, allows people to make smaller groups together around 5 people and create a more close knit community. And so each cabin actually is an individual unit. Each one is resident for one person. And so it's using a similar form to the threshold building. That way it replicates how you might feel when you enter the first site. And going upon that, it's very simple. It has a bedroom, has a lounge area, a bathroom, and a walk-in closet. But the main thing it actually is it allows you to have a little private moment in the back patio where you can sit and contemplate nature on your own and reflect upon what you experienced. And so inside the cabin is very intimate, very warm. That's the feeling we're trying to evoke. But it's also trying to make sure that people get the full experience of the site. And so, like I said, when you first come to the cabin, there's actually very minimal windows with the door, the clear story, and the skylight, creating more of a privacy moment. But also allowing for nature to still come in. We have sunlight when the sun rises, or even the sunset. And the back door leads into the patio where you might enjoy the sun rising on the next day and get a chance to contemplate on your own what you experienced. And so moving on to the next space down to the east, the meditation pavilion, represented by Kan Sensui, Japanese concept of dry landscape, uses rock gardens to allow for people to imagine the rocks as mountains or hills, and the sand in between it to be the water, empty space in between it. And that way, it allows people to have interactable nature they can manipulate, but also allows for that moment when you first come up and you get to see the sunrise upon the next day, and it allows also for people to enjoy the nature around it because we have blueberry bushes native to eastern Maryland nearby, allowing for a soft boundary for people to keep nature out or allow nature out, but also allows for more of an intimate space. And moving on to our last space is a labyrinth of the beyond, and so this is a open air labyrinth which represents air, and also allows people to take their time and really just take a non-confrontational way of moving around the site. And so you might want to walk around with someone you've been experiencing the site with and talking or even just enjoying nature. And then you come upon the tower, which is the reward to finishing the labyrinth. And in the tower, we actually use Japanese joinery and not mass timber, large timber to allow for the trees that we took down to actually be used to make the tower that we have to basically a new representation of the nature. And so with that, the tower actually spirals up. And so once you get to each landing, you have a moment to look outside and enjoy the nature. And the nature of the site is actually really known for the bird watching. So you want to take a chance to look at that. But also just take a moment to take a break because obviously it's a lot of stairs. And so once you move on, you actually have the full tower. The tower is around 100 feet tall, and I know that's really large for a wood timber building, but using Japanese joinery, we were able to make connection points and still maintain the natural beauty of the wood and minimize the amount of excess structure we need using a mixture of concrete and wood together, actually. And so the concrete core is a good way of maintaining the shear and not allowing for the structure to be floating in the air, of course. But it also allows people to have an elevator in case you were not able to travel on the stairs and reach all the way to the top. And then we have the two excess structures, the exterior structures, the shell structure and the enclosure, which are both using wood members, allowing for people to experience nature in a enclosed but also open air space. And so the mortise and tenon, or the hirihozo connections, allow for the members to join together without a lot of fasteners or joinery, excess joinery. And so this allows for the nature to be preserved, but also allows for people to contemplate on what the trees were or what the nature was and how it could be transformed into something new. And so you finally end your journey at the top of the tower overlooking the site, hopefully having the pinnacle of the moment and reaching the closest to the beyond as you can, the ineffable. And so this allows for you to reflect upon your journey, and before you leave, get a chance to experience the site. And before I finish, I wanted to thank my family and my fiance Idra for the support during this project, and I wouldn't be the same without them. And look forward to your criticism. Thank you.
Thank you, Andrew. You know, you remember the dress rehearsal for this? I think you did it in 11 minutes. It was like we were listening to an auction. It was like so fast. So this was the correct speed. Very good job on that. We have two people join us. Elizabeth Emerson over here, and she's from L Studio in Washington D.C. And Orlando Velez, that's over here, who's with the Community Preservation Trust here in College Park. And so with that, one explanation as well for the reviewers. In order to deliver criticism, you must speak into the microphone, because not only can we not hear you from back there, it turns into a kind of Latin mass to pick up on the theme of this project. So that's the only way we'll hear you in the back. It's the only way we will control this room. But, and you might want to ponder this for a second as you consider your criticism, we are live on YouTube and Facebook. So whatever you say, you want to think about it beforehand, okay? There will be no penance. Anyhow, who'd like to start? And just to let you know, our tradition is that the chair of each of these meetings, when the chair stands up, I'll prompt the chair at a certain point. The chair will stand up, make the concluding comments, and that means that there's no more benediction after that. So, I'll get up.
Thank you so much for your presentation. It was potentially well rehearsed, well researched, well delivered. It was very clear your intention and the overall spirit of the project, no pun intended. And I'm starting this way because I want to first deliver some encouragement before the criticism, because we're here to acknowledge both the successes and perhaps some of the challenges of the work. We know that this represents a large body of work from a large period of time. This is your capstone project in many ways. We know that this has been developed over time and it's intended to include a lot of different aspects of the work that we do. My general feedback will be circled around the concept and research portion of it, the translation between concept and research into design, and finally the design execution very quickly in three quick points. Um, it was really exciting to hear the intention behind the project, the way you looked at it from local geography point of view, but also from some universal principles. Some of the vignettes you showed us made a lot of sense, and you certainly put some effort into really trying to round out what is otherwise a very complex and large subject. Um, I did at some point lose the thread on, as you were telling us about how religions and sort of the historical aspect in this country and elsewhere have uh, transformed and transitioned, of how the project landed specifically into the Japanese traditions and the more contemporary execution. That is, there, it wasn't very clear how we came from this really broad understanding of interfaith um, communication and relationships and landed specifically into the Japanese things. And they went so far into Japanese joinery. When you first, mentioned Kengo Kuma's project, I thought it was mostly because you researched the landscape projects that do similar things, but then it kept going on into the Japanese portion of it. And so I wonder if at any point of your design process, if you sort of steered in that direction, this being a non-linear, ideally, process, you could have come back into the research phase a little bit and back that up a little bit more. Right now, as it stands, it sort of lands into your project, and it's not necessarily inherent in your research. Your research was very much broader and kind of thicker, and all of a sudden it became very pointal into this contemporary Japanese tradition. Um, my second point was about transitioning from that concept into this design. Similarly, very abruptly, we looked at Kengo Kuma's site plan. It landed on the site, it created this party, and all of a sudden it became your project. I could have definitely benefited from your real true analysis of the site, of your inspiration of the elements, the body of water you're dealing with, the landscape itself, because that's what Kengo Kuma did. They really researched and felt the site and understood all of its particularities. And while there's some universal things that you successfully translate in terms of this idea between the everyday and the divine and this transition point of view, it feels again something that just landed on the site, just like this Japanese concept, where it could have been inspired by that, but still a lot more organically discovered and adapted to this particular landscape. Lastly, my comment towards the translation and the actual execution of design is that I think you embarked on a very ambitious project. I think it's a wonderful idea. I think I have been on that highway because I am so impressed by all these temples that I saw. For a moment, I was like, where am I? What is this place? It was amazing for this, couple of miles. And so I can see something like this in a beautiful landscape really add to those experiences and really invite people to take part in this. But as it stands right now, it really is more of a wish list, the way it reads from a design, rather than an actually conceptualized and executed design. Even when you were taking us through these images, which when I first saw them on the wall, I was like, yes, this is going to tell us a story. It's going to be the narrative. I'm going to start from the parking lot and I'm going to walk along this procession. I'm going to see the thresholds and it's going to take me through that day of the experience. And instead, it ended up being, well, here's the library and there's a fireplace there and books. And, a lot of this read a little bit like checking boxes, and there's the view of the nature of this and that. And it could be just the amount of time that was dedicated to research versus design execution. But each one of these would have warranted a deeper kind of understanding of the experience and how the architecture shapes it, rather than just making sure that we have everything we need. Because those boxes you checked, I think if we look at the site plan and we talk about, you have the tower and you have the little circle of buildings and you have the community building, it has the pieces and the components that you discovered and all of these different precedents that you saw. But when it comes to the execution of it, there's a lot to be desired in the actual shaping of the space, which is where the sausage gets made. You research and you conceptualize so that you can arrive in these experiences and spaces and really start to sink your teeth into and translate them into architecture and landscape architecture. My last comment is I miss the landscape back into this. And it might be that you just picked a project that's not just the building and it has a gorgeous landscape and you started with its natural conditions. But every time I see in the renders kind of the mowed grass, it leaves me with a lot to desire. And it's not so much about the bushes that are around it. It's almost like you said, we're putting the building without disturbing the landscape. We have the soft relationship to it. We're framing views to it. There needs to be a much more organic kind of, and when I say organic, meaning integrated thinking about the land and the architecture that you put back onto the site. So congratulations on your work. This is the end of my comment in terms of really delivering beginning to end. But I hope that as you continue to develop as a designer and as an architect and as a thinker, that you would recognize that this here is really just the beginning stage of design. You're at this very first threshold of translating your ideas into something three-dimensional, but for it to become spatial, for it to become haptic, for it to become an experience for people, it needs several levels of iteration and further thoughtfulness and further deeper thinking about some of the examples you showed us, like what makes a Tadao Ando church a Tadao Ando church? Why do people feel so like special when they're there? Those are the kind of things you can start to move into. Thank you again.
Thank you.
Good morning. Excuse me. Thank you so much for this presentation. I apologize for running a little bit late, so I may have missed a couple things. But I have a couple questions, actually, if we could ask questions. Okay. I really liked how you integrated and had this connectivity to the elements, but I'm really curious how you're using those elements to help heat and cool the space and how that works with the mechanics of
You
it.
said heat and cool the space?
Yeah, and how that works with the mechanics of the building itself. I'm always thinking about mid-century modern architecture or previous architecture that didn't have air conditioning or heating and cooling systems, very proper heating and cooling systems, but were allowed to use prevailing winds, the light during the different times of year, during the different times of season too, that really helped warm the space up through nature. Uh, so I'm really curious to hear how you're implementing that, this site, and leveraging the site itself for that type of experience.
I will say that's one thing I want to do more about is basically involving more natural ventilation and using like the flooring to be a heating system instead of having like too much of a mechanical system. But I do think that's where I need to grow on that. I think I didn't really consider using the fires or whatnot as a heating system because I didn't think it would be big enough to actually heat a building of that size. But I do think it has potential to do that if I expand upon the idea further and possibly making it almost less mechanically designed, or not designed, but mechanically ruled, but more naturally done, such as like indigenous architecture where they use adobe and natural materials to insulate instead of using like the technology we have today.
What materials were you thinking of using?
Currently it's using wood from the site, so it's including oak and cherry as well. I do have concrete for like of course foundation and whatnot, but I do think I could expand upon the materials and possibly use like more grasses or even like rammed earth. That way it actually absorbs more heat or is able to regulate the building temperature.
And what about the approach through the parking lot? That was another question that I had because you had mentioned about minimal impact or disruption. So can you expand that on the approach with the parking lot with the vehicle?
And so the parking lots actually already exists on the site. So at first I had planned on making more parking lots, but I realized there's already enough room for people to dump, especially as only 20 people. But also there's already an existing path cutting where my main access is from the threshold building to the Hertz. And so it's not really changing the nature that's already there, basically expanding upon what's already there.
Thank you.
Well, thank you, Matthew, for it's a great presentation. It's also a great topic. that we don't sort of touch upon so much in the work of designers, tend to shy away sometimes from it. So I really appreciate you taking it on. I agree with some of the comments earlier. What I think it's really strong is that diagram that you showed at the beginning with this kind of threshold connection, these kind of degrees of sacredness or degrees of engagement with this kind of sacredness or faith or religion or spirituality, which I think that diagram holds a lot of the answers. But I think I one of the things that I think it doesn't translate in is a little bit the landscape experience. I would have liked to see a little bit more because so much on your work relies on these views of landscapes, a little of analysis of things that or places in the landscape that will start to translate that diagram would have been interesting. And then the other thing that I kind of comment on is the struggle between sort of the symmetry that you embedded in some of the buildings plans and this other idea that that you mentioned at the beginning of like descending, ascending, and sort of finding your path through this landscape. So I like I think you developed some really interesting patterns of sort of spirituality, like in the Christopher Alexander type of approach, right? Things that can, if sort of choreographed or linked together experientially, yield a closer connection to spirituality. But I find that maybe when we translate them into symmetry and we rely so much on the symmetry, then I think some of those patterns are lost a little bit in the potential intensity and discovery that they could yield. So one of the questions that came to mind is, how do you imagine the users using this landscape? Is it a daily experience that they continue to come back to? Is it a weekly, monthly, yearly? Or have you thought about, because that could also yield some interesting sort of adaptations. Um, the symmetry is lost it's captured when you first approach a place, but then you lose it if you continue to visit the place because you know your way around. It may be less impactful on you. But what may be most impactful is the discovery idea that you can continue to go to a place and find something new that will teach you something different. So in that sense, like understanding who the user is, how often do you imagine it, engaging with this landscape and this building itself would be useful to know.
Yeah, I will say the user, like the way that format was formatted was a constant kind of struggle for the project because I wanted to make sure it was small enough scale so it wasn't like this huge multi-purpose center in the middle of the woods. But I also wanted to make sure it could service the community, which is like I said, around 70 different churches, temples, and community centers. And I think that it is interesting what you said about the symmetry, and I do want to expand upon that further about how when you go to one place more often, you get to experiencing something new versus when you only go once, it's like this novelty effect of like, wow, I'm here. So I think that's definitely something that I should consider more of.
Thank you, Matthew. I have two brief comments. My first is I kind of wish the simplicity of these diagrams, okay, was more apparent in the actual design. Because what I was struggling to get my head around is I look at the plan of the first floor plan, and I'm gonna throw away the word threshold, okay? Because you're deciding it's a threshold, it's a building, okay? And you walk into the building, and I'm looking at it, and I'm going, okay. And then I look at the perspectives, and I go, the difference between this as a small school student center, right, and what you're calling it is simply what you're calling it. And what makes it work is what's going on in the building. And I think this echoes to a certain degree the comments we've heard. I'm not seeing in those buildings the moments where you go, oh, I'm going to reflect. And maybe it's also that the layout of the site plan is so much a diagram, right? It's this strong axis, right? You've decided that it's secular or sacred based on some line. And could your way to move through the landscape have changed when it became sacred versus this straight line? Could you have meandered through the woods and then found the building and then all of a sudden had a view or a sight, that kind of thing? So the amount of research and thought you've put into it is so clear and so appreciated. Okay. And so I used to tell my students when I was here, the only thing you really learn in architecture school is to be self-critical, right? Because this is not going to get built, right? So it's about you learning a process to design. And the reason architecture school takes this form and the form at the desk is to teach you to be self-critical. So I used to say, okay, so what's the next step? Okay, you had to present it today, okay? But what's your criticism of your project? And that's a real question. It's not rhetorical.
I will say actually, first to respond to your mention about meandering through the woods, I've tried to mention it, but there actually are two paths to do that from the main walkway to the tower and to the pavilion. Can't really see on the site plan from here, but if you look up closer, it's there. But I forgot to mention that's my bad. But I will say my criticism is that I do think I need to integrate the landscape more, but also maybe look less about the structure or like the program spaces, because I'm about that a lot, like figuring out the program and then trying to make a building out of it. But more let the landscape decide what needs to be there, and maybe make it more open air spaces, or make it more of a nature site and less of a too structured, I guess. And I think that might help with like the, I guess, openness to dialogue versus like saying, well, if I feel like a Christian or a Muslim or something like that, I might feel connected to this building, but if I'm from a different religion, I might not feel as connected to this building. And so I want to make sure that it's a little more open ended or open to interpretation. And so I think that the way I did it now might be a little too structured in one way or another, like they mentioned before about Japanese ideals or concepts. So I think I need to.
I was struck at the end when you said that the wood to build this thing comes from the site. And I'm not seeing the holes in the site plan of the trees, since you've said you've recorded every tree.
Mhm.
And I wonder if there could have been a process of saying, where I take the tree, I start to build the place, and you're aware of it, and you're aware that that tree is no longer there because you've cut it out. And so for me, the next step is how to get past the diagram.
Mhm.
You know? So anyway, but thank you very, very much.
Oh, thank you.
Oh, I'm sorry.
You. All right. I think to echo everybody else, a really well-researched project. I live near the area, so I was fully convinced by the kind of highway to heaven and the Brighton Dam and the site itself. I think excellent job. I'm especially convinced by that diagram that says like sacred versus secular and kind of the master planning moves. I do wonder how that can be kind of more explored within the smaller scale, like within the building itself. I'm curious to hear how the kind of gabled roof relates to kind of the diagrams that you made about the like what makes it holy or what makes it sacred versus what makes it maybe a little more domestic or residential.
Mhm. So actually, what you mentioned about it being domestic or residential, I actually did that purposefully, because I wanted people to feel like this is a spiritual home. And so, of course, there's a thousand different ways you can do a roof for different religions, whether it be arch, a dome, uh, a vault. So I knew that I couldn't necessarily pick one of those to do it. And I wanted to kind of do something a little more generalized, a little more open to interpretation. And so I also want to make sure that the gateways could be a replication of that. And so without doing a natural Tory gate or a natural archway, it kind of came out like a middle ground way of doing that.
Gotcha. Yeah. I wonder. Right. So I think another general question I had was, how did you integrate thinking about like codes and setbacks? I know there's water. I assume there's a floodplain, or
Mhm.
is there some consideration of what happens when the water rises, especially at the kind of threshold area?
Yes, and so I did place the building just beyond the floodway, so the yellow actually represents that, and so it hasn't been changed. Particularly for the meditation pavilion, I adjusted the topography for a retaining wall by the waterfront. That way, when it would be just at the right height, so when it overflow. And I also opened up there's actually a land bridge between where the reflection pavilion is, and so I took that out, and so that way allowed for water to flow more freely, and hopefully reduce the height or danger that might be posed by that.
Nice. Yeah. And then final comment, generally about graphics. I think when you walked us through the slides, like especially that one section that had kind of the dashed lines and explained the layout of the kind of sacred to secular kind of motion of the landscape was really effective. I almost wish it was brought back on the
Yeah.
printed materials. And maybe even integrating more of that kind of hand sketched feel into your drawings and plans as a whole. I wonder if like for the trees, for example, for integrating landscape, taking pictures from the site and starting to collage that in versus relying on kind of the more Revit trees where they all sort of look the same. Just general, as you think forward to portfolio and all that, I would double check the graphics as well. Make sure, I wonder about the cabin kind of elevation and section. Should that show how the cabin relates to the topography? Because I see like, it looks like a drop off. Like you can see a nice view out from the top of the hill from the cabin.
Essentially, yes. And so each cabin or each group of cabins has like basically elevated over the topography. I had to build that up so that way it wasn't, of course, on a slope. But I also wanted to have like the drop off so you kind of have almost this boundary where you can't like go out into the woods in the middle of the night where you don't want to, and you want to case basically stay in your area or kind of observe from like your elevated position.
Yeah. And I might pull that in then and show like, okay, this is the model cabin and you can look out on the landscape and it's on top of the hill. I think would be excellent to see in section as well. But
Definitely.
great project overall.
Thank you.
So I'm Stefano Villani and I'm in the history department. I'm an early modern historian, but I'm working on religious history. And it was fascinating to work with you on this project. Moving from your first ideas to this one has been very exciting. Also because at the very beginning, I had the feeling that you were more thinking about a place of worship. And as we discuss a lot, this is very complicated to uh, get different confessions along with the different ideas of sacred that they have. So also this idea that you have explained with the diagram of moving and going from the particularities and the specificities of the different confession in a very Eurocentric and perspective and mostly grounded in the Christian tradition to something that is more working on the environment and the landscape. And I think, in my view, has been fascinating. I echo some of the questions that have been asked. I've been with you when you decided to frame that as a journey during the day. I'm wondering about the seasonal aspect, because I mean, all the images that you're showing us are summer or spring. I'm wondering when it's raining, when it's cold, when there is snow, and so on. And then, I mean, again, because I really appreciate this idea that you move away from the first plan that was more based on the idea of worship to something more about the encounter. I mean, of course, the idea of the change of season is a major part of every sacred experience. So I'm wondering how you consider that in your project.
Oh, I guess I can answer the question. I did consider it. I do. I don't know if you actually wanted to ask it. But kind of like I mentioned before, like with Tondo Ando's Chapel on the Water, and how that's like a place for weddings, but it shows like winter, shows like the morning fog, and it shows like fall or whatnot, and how the water and environment around can change. I did want to push that further. I just didn't have the time to, but I do want to explore that further about how the changes in time and winter can be adapted to for the site.
Well, Matthew, I've been prompted to rise and offer benediction. So I was intimidated when I was paired with you for this process because the magnitude of what you took on and decided to research and study. I was pondering how one would bring this home to an architectural thesis. And indeed, as has been commented by the jury, I think you did a lot of very good research. I think your ideas were very broad. I applaud you for taking on this topic. I know we wrestled midway through this because we had to get some sort of built form out of it. And I think that what some of the comments I heard from the invited guests, I think ring true, and that I think you took a huge step towards realizing that. And I think, you know, architecture and design is a circular process. It's not a straight line. This is perhaps the point where then you can kind of go back and revisit some of your initial assumptions, bring that back. And I definitely agree with some of the landscaping comments, especially. All that said, I really appreciate working with you. Especially these past few weeks, I kept the pressure on and you did not break. So I appreciate that. And congratulations.
Thank you.
Thank you, Andrew. We're going to turn 90 degrees, face this wall. Yeah, but somebody took this one. Somebody took my schedule. Did somebody pick a program up from here? Did somebody pick one of the programs up from here?
Slide of answer if you'd like.
Moving the desk? No. Oh, somebody stole it. That? Somebody just came and picked it up. Try and. Sorry.
All right.
All right. That's it. It was fantastic. Yeah, have a nice holiday. Take care. Before we get started, whoever took the program off of this desk here, that was not for you to take. There was a little program that had pictures on it. Matt took it? That's typical. It's my cheat sheet. I can't get by without it. I have to look here and see if my eyes work. He hasn't. Okay. Sonny, are you ready?
Yeah, I'm ready.
Okay, great. So we're going to move to Puerto Rico, where we're going to deal with extreme weather. And before I do that, I wanted to introduce Daniel Morales, who's joined us here. So now the complete contingent is here for today. And Serrani's thesis committee consisted of Michael Kleiss, who is right over here. There we go. And Michael Esbon, who I think is finishing up over there and will be over here in a moment. And myself. So there you go. Go ahead.
Thank you, everyone. Good morning. Thank you for being here. Before I start my presentation, I just want to give a special thank you to the UMD professors here, Professor Kelly, Professor Kleiss for the guidance and the support, my family and friends for the love and support, and my mom for being there during this entire thesis journey. So I'll be presenting Louisa Lifeline, essentially designing resilient housing and a note for hurricane preparedness and recovery. So we'll be traveling to Puerto Rico. Puerto Rico is located in the Caribbean Sea, and it is a U.S. territory. So outside of your window, you can see the lush, beautiful vegetation. The island is small, but it is mighty. The beauty of the island includes the beaches, the culture, the people, and the wildlife. But unfortunately, the beauty cannot hide the problems that the island does face.
During 2017, Puerto Rico was faced with two catastrophic hurricanes. It was Hurricane Maria and Hurricane Irma. Hurricane Irma was a Category 5 hurricane, and then Hurricane Maria swept through the entire island, and it was a Category 4 hurricane. Annually, the island encounters around 3 to 4 hurricanes per year. And it really uncovered like hidden issues on the island, such as the lack of road infrastructure and the lack of electrical grid infrastructure, and also the lack of resilient housing. Another issue that the island faces is the rise of the cost of living. It is 13% higher to live there, but unfortunately, the median income of a Puerto Rican resident is significantly lower than an average US resident. And lastly, there's also a lack of constructed affordable housing structures by the government. And because of that, residents are kind of forced to design their own homes that might not be up to code and might not be structurally durable to withstand hurricanes. So, but is there a way that we can address all these problems to ensure that structures can withstand these hurricanes and these hurricane forces with minimal damages in a way that people can now bounce back in a short period of time? That's the question that I'm asking. What roles can architects play when creating a resilient node that address long-term housing challenges by providing hurricane-resilient, affordable structures and supporting community assistance before and after disasters in Puerto Rico? So to address this question, we created the design framework that works along with our Part T. So our Part T is a resilient buffer. It's essentially these integrated systems or protective layers that work to absorb, dispute, and deflect the hurricane forces to ensure that the center is protected. And looking at the Part T sectionally, the integrated systems work chronologically to help again dispute, deflect, and absorb the hurricane forces. So we have three kind of parts here. We have the water zone, the coastal zone, and the building zone. So we're going to first talk about the systems in the water zone. So the first the first system that we have is a mangrove forest. It will be the first one, and will probably have the most kind of harshness from the hurricane. It will help reduce storm surges and absorb the energy. We took precedent in the Everglades National Forest in Florida, and we took precedent of the way that it functions, the selection of the native species, and utilize those principles and reflect them in our design. Then any other kind of remaining storm surges that does come on this come through past the mangrove forest goes through the coral and rocky reefs. The coral and rocky reefs absorb 97% of the wave energy. And then the last kind of part of the water zone is the living breakwater. So again, any storm surges that go through even the mangrove forest and the coral reef will go through the living breakwater, which is essentially a system that deflects the storm surges before it arrives to the shore. So when placing these systems, we looked at areas where there are shoreline issues and placing them along that area. So next we're going to be going into the coastal zone. So this is area where we're on shore now. And the onshore we have sand dunes. Sand dunes are utilized to kind of deflect any of the remaining storm surges that are there. And they also help navigate the kind of strong hurricane forces towards an upward direction. And then working with that, we also have ecological forest, which is right behind that. And essentially the ecological forest kind of surrounds the entire urban area, protecting it. And it works with the sand dune by kind of kind of navigating the wind towards an upward direction. And then on the other side, towards the south, we have wetlands, and we located them on the south side because they're flooding. So we wanted in that lagoon area, so we wanted to make sure that any excess water was absorbed. So now we're going to go to the building zone, and this will be areas that encapsulate the urban and the building that I designed. So this is the area that I selected. It's called Piñones, located in Loíza province in Puerto Rico. The reason why we picked this area is because of the close proximity to the international airport. Tourism plays a major role in the economy in Puerto Rico, so we wanted to ensure that visitors and tourists can come to the area easily. And then when looking at zoning, a lot of this area has a lot of light commercial structures and developed areas. This is a commercial district, and they have a lot of areas for conserved forestry. And then looking at the buildings that are subjected to the floods, a lot of them are subjected to the floods. So we took that factor into figuring out what kind of buildings to salvage and not. And then we also have critical forestry. We kind of understood the areas that were kind of mandatory and preserve them, but also enhance the kind of structure for that. And then environmental hazards. From the north side, there are storm surges and also high wind speeds. And then towards the south side, where the lagoon is, there's flooding. And then shoreline change rate, this is where like erosion happens. So the kind of shoreline can either go towards the land or it could go towards the shore. So these are very vulnerable areas. And we utilize this research to figure out where we place our living breakwater systems. And then also looking at how water flows on the site, as the middle area is the highest part of the land on the site, and understanding how like the water does navigate on the site. So after synthesizing the site analysis, we saw that we wanted to enhance the existing forestry and kind of create this wrapper around the urban development. We wanted to shrink the square footage of the developed area to place our new organized urban design. So for the urban design framework, we first looked at how water flows on the site and how that kind of creates these axes where we can allow and put green corridors there. And then we are also responding to the existing conditions, looking at the main road, the prevailing winds, and then also areas we're creating site connections where users can interact with both nature and the urban form so that people can get a kind of different experience of nature and kind of cuisine like. And then finally, we created urban forms that reflected the surrounding context. So in the southern area of the site, towards, I guess, this area, that area is towards going down to San Juan, which is a dense area. And then towards the right area is going towards the rural area of Louisa. So we wanted to incorporate urban forms that that transition into that from density to rural. So this is the before axonometrics. So here you can see that there's sparse vegetation on the site. There's a disorganized development on the site. And this is what we transitioned it to. It is an area that is gridded, organized, and has the ecological forest that surrounds it. When looking at phasing, we first started on the northern part of the site, establishing those 6 buildings there, creating that first green corridor, and then adding in those anchors into the site, which include the FEMA office and then also the hotels in the area. And then lastly, we went in and placed our medical office and row homes. And then overlaying our urban design on top of the design framework. It's a very gridded based design that responds to the existing condition. such as the main road and the prevailing winds, while still maintaining those site connections, creating users' experiences through the different kind of ecosystems. So the area is commercially dominated, as I said before, and we wanted to maintain that. And we utilize the green corridors for where users can enjoy both the nature and the cuisines. And then if there is a case of hurricanes that do come onto the island, this is an area where people can congregate and utilize, for example, the FEMA building and the medical clinic as places where people can coordinate and congregate for assistance and needs. And then the building uses, we also have a majority mixed-use buildings which have commercial on the ground floor and residential's on top. We have hotels, again, in the corner. We have the right corner, we have the FEMA headquarters and Coast Guard station. And then we have a medical clinic and row homes. And then looking at transitioning the urban forms, we started from the dense area in San Juan, went towards an urban center core, then a general center core, and then a rural zone. And then looking at vehicular traffic, we maintain the 2 lanes on the main road. And most of the and all of the lanes in the southern part of the site are also 2 lanes, but when you go into the area where it's the middle kind of urban area, we created just a one-way street so that we can minimize vehicular traffic, but then also promote pedestrian circulation. And then looking at the before and after of the site, we started off with kind of little to less vegetation, kind of short buildings, but then we've kind of grown it, and then also had the urban and the buildings kind of nestle into the existing and the ecology here. And we also wanted to make sure that when the prevailing winds come from the north area where the sea is, we wanted our buildings to descend towards the south area. So that's why the buildings do kind of go in that direction. And then when looking at the street section, this is from the main road. Along with the car lanes, we have bike lanes along both sides, bioretention planters, and then sidewalks. And then also, each building is kind of recessed 5 feet back, and that is to accommodate for additional bioretention planters. Um, and this is done so that when there is a hurricane, or if there's excess water on the site, these green corridors can act like a way where they absorb all the water in the bioretention planters, in the permeable pavement, and then navigate towards the lowest part of the green corridor into a bioretention pond. And then looking at the architecture of the buildings itself, we've curved the corners of the building to ensure for aerodynamics to allow the high wind speeds to easily flow smoothly around the building. We also set back the building 5 feet. And looking from the kind of ground level experience we wanted to create, we wanted to make sure that our pedestrians were safe. So in doing that, we've included palm trees for shading, canopies in front of those doors, and then also bollards for protecting people from the cars. So now I'll be introducing the Louisa, the affordable housing structure. This is a mixed-use building with commercial spaces on the ground floor and residential units above. We've been able to fit 88 units on this building. This building is located on the northern part of this site. And the building is comprised of 2 different structures, and when situating them on the site with the slope topography, we wanted to maintain the tall ground floor ceilings, but then also aligning some of those floors so that we can have amenities in the middle. And then, so essentially on the ground floor, we were able to have 11 commercial spaces. On the west side of the building, or the west building, we have our main lobby space, and then on the east side, we have a secondary lobby space. On this is the south elevation. I just wanted to highlight the tropical modernism palette that we envisioned. This was something that we believed suit the area, and the locals also wanted this kind of palette. There was no kind of there was not really a building typology in the area that we could have taken precedent for, but this was something that the kind of locals wanted, and we feel that it fits with the kind of transition and trajectory that the island does want to go towards. And then with the elements that I've included on the facade, I've included vertical fins that are made out of precast concrete. This will help when it comes to allowing and navigating those prevailing winds so they're away from the buildings, and then also helping when any debris comes. We've also included shading louvers, hurricane shutters for any openings, hurricane resistant doors and windows. And then to minimize the cost of construction, but also have something that is long lasting and can withstand these forces, we utilize precast concrete. We utilize components, including like the hollow core plank, and concrete walls. So we were able to minimize the kind of construction components with this system. And the way we design the members are in a repetitive way so that it minimizes the amount of unique members that we had to shape and build. So to conclude, Louisa began as an area seeking out for a lifeline as they were in danger. But with the ecological, urban, and building design framework, Louisa can become an area where they become a lifeline so that they can help surrounding communities in need for assistance. Thank you.
Water or from wind? I'm sorry. Is there more damage from water or from wind? I always thought, I'm not a hurricane scientist.
Yeah.
Not a scientist. But I always thought the wind was the biggest issue and that caused the surge. But most of the damage was because of wind. Is that not true?
I think it's equally the wind and the water. And because like the area of the site, it's like somewhat surrounded by all water. During the time of the 2017 hurricanes, flooding was a big issue there too.
What?
Yeah.
Is
Depends on
it?
the storm. Yeah. I've been working on a project literally on the Gulf of Mexico and Florida. It's not too far away. And it depends on the storm. Sometimes it's wind and sometimes it's surge. One thing I would encourage you, I mean, your project is, you're done, right? This is the end of the semester, end of the thesis process. So I'm going to make my comments about future thinking.
Yeah.
More so than this project. And I would say, I would encourage you to think more about this line. All of your design exists above that line. And the reality is this line shifts constantly in coastal places. And it's not a line, it's a matrix of particles that are shifting and moving all the time. The way you design for that is the key to resiliency in coastal settings. Your mangrove is probably the best structure on the wall, because it has a base, a root system, which allows it to spread out in that matrix and anchor itself. Right now, all of your building exists above a kind of hard surface, which is the road or the sidewalk. But really, this building needs to come down and spread out into that matrix, which is sometimes watery and sometimes solid, and find something really solid underneath it. There's as much structure going on. For this house I've been working on, it's about 3,000 square feet. We had something like 90 piles to support the house. So there's a lot of work that goes into anchoring structures in this kind of shifting setting. The other thing to think about is storm surge is not just water. It's everything in the ocean. So the house that was on the site that I'm working on, it eventually caved in because of the weight of the sand that was deposited by the storm surge caused the house to buckle inward.
this is sometimes it's wind, sometimes it's water, but it's not really water that kills you with the surge. It's all of the other stuff that comes with it. The water recedes and then all this stuff is left. So think more about the ground plane and how that can be contended with and be an opportunity for invention and for creating resilience. The other thing is, I think in coastal settings like this, where storms are a very intense threat, people continue to live there for a reason. Because in between the storms, it's delightful, right? It's a wonderful place to be. And I'm looking at your openings or your facade, which is very conventional. It could be in Rockville, Maryland, or it could be in Puerto Rico. What makes it possible to be outside to enjoy this kind of delightful climate in between the storms? I would expect to see a much more porous, layered facade, which allows you to experience all of that nice climate on a daily basis that can then be closed up. Houses down there, good ones, good design, in this part of the world opens up like I don't know, like an umbrella, and then it closes itself down when the storm is coming. So your facade could open and close a lot more to allow all that breeze through, allow the sun through, just make it a more pleasant. Right now it feels hardened and um, defensive instead of uh, celebratory. And, you know, to create resiliency, you have to make it an enjoyable place to be. Thank you.
If I may, first of all, it was really fascinating, and thank you for taking us to a beautiful place on a very cold day. It's just kind of like it's a perfect place to be in. I also react to, I think the analysis of the landscape analysis, and also the strategies you use there are actually very interesting and very potentially quite it could be generative of a different approach to design. If you look at that mangrove, the root system is what I also thought about. You know, if we were to sort of create an inhabitation that would have the same qualities, open and well structured or well sort of grounded, but then also open to water, to wind, to all these kind of processes. And then thinking about this canopy being a little bit more articulated, so it responds maybe to the wind in a less kind of abrupt sort of barrier kind of way. And then the last thing is the streets. I think what you propose is very similar to what Montgomery County or Howard County already are proposing. Good urbanism, but it seems to me like those streets could actually be much more of a presence. They could collect a lot more water. Maybe they would flood. Maybe they serve as levees. They could be elevated. You know, there could be also, you know, potential instead of a sky bridge, maybe there's passageways or boardwalks that could take people through this landscape as it floods or as the water sort of recedes. So I feel like there's a lot of very powerful sort of images that could be translated in a biomorphic way into architecture very easily. But I think you somehow, when you came to the architecture, you just kind of were probably more interested in maximizing sort of surface and inhabitation because of the affordable housing. The last thing is parking. I mean, obviously there's a lot of roads, but I don't see the parking here. And one of the ideas could be maybe we think about that layer, which is necessary also in Puerto Rico, but then make it the place that floods, like Hafen City in Hamburg, for instance. It's deliberately designed so that parking floods and gets filled with water, and the levels, then the public realm is elevated. It's in at a different level, so it allows life to take on its course even when it's not complete, you know, when things are not dry. But I mean, a very interesting sort of set of and I wish you had a plan to look at a little bit more closely, like a larger plan. The only I have a hard time like judging a plan by from an axon, but I think you have very interesting diagrams. So you did a fantastic job.
Probably my comments will probably be somewhat redundant because it's recurring, so it's probably good to hear anyways. But I definitely follow the same suit that that this building could be anywhere in America or anywhere, right? So I do wish that that's the one thing I think I've been saying. I think as a convincing urban design or convincing urban development, it's definitely you've done a good job in doing that, making it very convincing. But I still miss a little bit of the contextual you know, the cultural sort of understanding of what does it mean to be to live in that culture and to be in that community and to understand how they live. And so I wish that there was a little bit more of that because I feel like that might have allowed you to allowed the development to alter a little bit, so it's not just anywhere in America or anywhere, that there would be times where you can actually design for not only culturally how people would live typically in Puerto Rico, but also different types of user groups. So I don't know if there was like a density requirement to like I have to have a certain number of density or a certain number of levels of building, or because it's a very like I said, it's a very efficient. And most of the buildings that you're showing, it's like it's efficient urbanistically, and it's like it's like I said, just it's what you would expect someone as a developer to come in and just like really try to find the proper density and the proper development in a certain area. But we forget that sometimes that you have to still design for people and design for different users. So what is the child space here? You know, what is like, you know, the educational sort of kind of like spaces or spaces that people for different types of families. You know, is this a development for single people and you know the couples, or is it multi-generational? Like what kind of user is being designed for here? So I think that the breadth to your work is definitely thinking about coastal design and the emergence of sort of the critical nature of how to be safe and live. And there's obviously been comments about how to take that further structurally and even at an engineering level, but I still miss that tie back to how do people live here and what is this design, what is this development, who is it for? And I wish that was a little bit involved, integrated into the process. Maybe it was, and maybe it's not shown here,
Yeah.
but I'd like to have seen that a little bit more.
Yeah. So I think my kind of the people that I've like kind of wanted to live here were mainly like the residents here who are, you know, who have like the low income, so they need the affordable housing structures. But there are spaces for example, like townhomes here where there are kind of higher mixed rate prices. So I wanted to have kind of multi-generational people here in this area. And then also I did look into kind of density and zoning, and unfortunately this area doesn't have that information. So I kind of had to, I talked to people there, I try to like get information that was nearby almost in the area to kind of create my synthesis of how I designed it. And thank you. Yeah, I did travel there. So got to spoke with the people. I spoke with also people in like the planning in the area. So that's, and I talked to the people there, their experiences and everything. So that's how I kind of, I wanted to make sure that the things that they said, I really integrated in my design.
We need a second microphone.
It would have been nice to see some of your drawings of your travel there, and the precedents for housing that exist.
Mhm.
Because the row house typology, which is a very durable urban type, seems to me a little bit of a curious fit for this climate. And I wonder if there are courtyard housing clusters there that are more adapted to the kind of hot, wet climate. I don't know because I haven't been to Puerto Rico, but it would have been nice to see more of your drawing from that experience or your documentation of that experience to help understand how you arrived here.
Um, I'll I'll agree with most of the comments that were mentioned earlier. I think you have a very competent presentation. It does seem like someone, a developer came and hired you and said, hey, can we build some affordable housing here though? It helps to hear that you visited there because I was wondering what is the motivation? Why did you do this project? There was no backstory. There was no why this site, why this topic, why any of that. At one point I had to go back and look at your thesis prompt, which is what role can architects play in designing resilient nodes? Because I lost the idea of why you're doing this. Like it became so very quickly commercial, so very quickly, this is how you pack these units efficiently, and this is how you put the retail on the bottom. And I wanted to understand, again, to remind myself what this project was about. And it seemed to be like what role architects play in these resilient nodes. And so I'm wondering to what degree you were able to answer this question, because I'm looking at this pretty intensive bioengineering project that needs to happen according to this scheme, from the mangroves, from the handling of the wetlands, and on each side, on the lagoon side and on the other side. And it's not necessarily something architects do. This is people very highly specialized bioengineers and all kinds of others that will have to modify this entire coastal area to be adapted to something like this. And these are very much current developing technologies, where people are trying to learn from the natural systems as opposed to build levees, which is what we know from the previous century. But the more I look at the design, the more it reminds me of just a levee system, just naturalized, because ultimately you're trying to create kind of this flatter, safer spot at a higher ground to come and then overlay something extremely generic, which is like the main street with the commercial program on each side and some apartments on top. And that's what prompted me to come back and see, okay, what are you actually thinking about? What are you trying to design? What are you trying to solve here? And I see two projects. I see a bioengineering project of the actual little peninsula, and then I see a very generic urban design mixed use kind of project. They're two very separate things right now. So some of the comments you heard earlier about allowing the architecture to integrate into some of these natural, I would call them high-tech systems, actually. Like they're low-tech because they appear natural and there's some trees in there, but it actually takes quite a bit of work and actually phased work to transform this landscape into some of these elements that you're putting here. So I'm wondering, does the architecture respond to that? So instead of putting something that seems so generic and general, could the architecture actually, can the architects play a role in this transformation? The way you're asking the landscape to get transformed, the way you're asking the landscape to really respond to the conditions, why is the architecture not doing the same thing? Why is the architecture sort of basically just waiting for all of this to take care of the water and wind so that we can build another building like that? I think it's important that you step on this experience on everything you've created here, because you do have a competent presentation. Like, you've gotten it out of your system. You know how to apply somebody's like street planning principles onto a site plan. You've learned how to get 88 units into an L-shaped, and all of that. That's done. You can do it. It looks good. It's presented in a competent way. You can pitch it to anybody. But as a matter of thesis and a matter of kind of a design professional, um, what I would really hope you would take away from here is that, okay, what's more? What's next? What is the innovation? Because if I look at something in your presentation today that looks like something that's been done for the last 20 years, I don't get very excited. I believe you can do more, and I believe you can challenge some of that. For example, some of the things, if you're going to do all of this bioengineering around there, are 88 units per L enough? Or do we actually need more density in order to actually make this affordable? Think about what an investment it would be to really develop this whole peninsula. And then for it to be affordable, you actually have to bring more people here. You have to make sure that this is accessible to more. The airport was for tourists, you mentioned. So what role does that play here? So now that you have the basis of this cover, it's almost like a book report. You've taken care of all of the aspects. I mean, the louvers, the windows, all of that. It's thorough. I think what's missing here is really the what's next, the so what kind of idea of it. So what role do architects play in developing these resilient nodes? Is it just to put another building, sort of another urban development here, or is there another bigger thinking that can be overlaid over this framework?
I'm probably going to do a counterpoint to some of the very intelligent criticism. I work a lot with developers actually, and I think you've done a wonderful job. I think it's a lot of really deep thinking. I love the sequence of building the natural landscape, basically rebuilding what nature would do on its own. You are basically seeding that so that it can then be truly resilient over the years. The building itself, I find to be very friendly. I actually think having been to Puerto Rico, having family there, I think it does resonate to me. I wouldn't necessarily, you might see it in Rockville, but I would expect to see it more in San Juan. But either way, that's just a matter of opinion. But I just think it's a very intelligently done. I love the curves on the building. I love you know, the idea of creating these very nice publics, as generic as a grid might be, that is what Old San Juan is. I mean, Old San Juan is the Spanish with then the Americans coming in. And so you get this beautiful place that is like Europe landed in the New World, and people love to go there for whatever, you know, like it or not. That's just what they like. But in either case, I just love the mangroves. I love all the intelligence that you put into making this place truly a sustainable node, which is, I think, exactly what your thesis is. Um, on the flip side, I do agree with some of the ideas that it does seem like a chunk of urbanism that landed. And so maybe if there was a way to create these public spaces that went in more into the surround, I understand that you're keeping this beautiful green surrounding and I understand the ecology of it, but is there a way to get the people in this little bit of a grid to interact more? If there was more design development between the perimeter of that urbanism and the green, you know, is there a path, are there parks, are there ways of integrating these spaces with those with the natural amenities that you have? But as far as like the using the elements of architecture to help mitigate disasters, of maximizing the value, because this is a low income building, and so you do have to pay attention to economics, as pedestrian as that might seem. I think using these sort of resilient elements of fins and this and that to be part of the joy of the architecture, which ultimately will keep people wanting to be there. I mean, it's just, it might seem like icing, but it also is what makes you want to have a drink and hang out there and have your memorable family experiences. So again, I'm not trying to downplay the importance of a lot of the great points that were made, but I do think that you've very intelligently addressed some of the things that might make this successful in the eyes of possibly a future employer, like a developer.
Yeah, thank you.
Oh, sorry. Uh, Resiliency and affordability are very heavy words. I'm very curious because you had mentioned a couple things about resiliency, making the building ability, or I'm assuming the building resilient, but how is life being resilient on the inside? There's the ground floor is all commercial space. So we're thinking about there's electrical systems that need to be put in place. Puerto Rico, while still a colony of the US, still has to abide by ADA standards. Therefore, you need elevators or lifts to go up to the second spaces. People with wheelchairs need to access their homes and their units. When those items and systems are inundated with salt water, they are out. They're out for a substantial amount of time.
Yeah.
And there's a lack of access to those units or access to groceries from that point, either vice versa. So can you walk me through your thoughts on how the electricity, and you had mentioned too, the electrical grid malfunctions in Puerto Rico. I'm very well aware of that too. I've worked in this space in Puerto Rico for a number of years. And it still goes out and it's still very unsustainable with no cause or rhyme or reason. How is life being resilient inside your building when these systems are down?
So I think when there is a case where like the hurricane is very powerful, that's when people are evacuated in the area, right? And so they're evacuated in the area, and once the storm is done, that's when flooding is still there. There's things to clean up. So the resiliency is that we can bounce back at a faster pace than restarting from the beginning. And so, oh, sorry, did you have it? Oh, so yeah, um, so a lot of the buildings here are elevated and they're not located in the like flood zone area. There's some buildings that are located in the flood zone area, but they're elevated. So if there was a case of flooding and it's really bad, um, it does take a while to come back to normal pace of things, but it's at a faster pace than buildings that have been like completely destroyed. So that's kind of yeah.
That sounds like it's relying on the external forces or external programs ran by the state to help evacuate and get people out, right?
Yeah.
That's not very sustainable from the state itself, from Puerto Rico. Yeah. Yes. It's, there are still, and as I'm sure you've seen when you went to visit, there are still boarded up buildings from the last hurricane, from Irma, where people can't get back into, or there's other issues. I think relying on, for future thought, relying on state intervention might want you to explore a little bit more how to be sustainable in the building itself and how to not rely. I've worked with the government of Puerto Rico, and they're terrible. They're very slow to respond. There's a lot of bureaucracy, and there's a lot of issues on helping the people there. You've also mentioned that there was a connection, physical connection to the FEMA building, but how is that actually helping?
So when I talked to the people there, the planner there, she said that the area of Louisa didn't have an area where they can like congregate and come and figure out like material distribution and all that kind of thing, coordination. So the FEMA building acts as like an anchor in the area so that people who work, who can, people can live in this area of Piñones and also work close by in the FEMA building. But then in the case of a natural disaster, this area can become this building where they can do coordination after hurricanes. So yeah, that was kind of my thought process.
And then, sorry to continue with the resiliency,
No, you're
because
good.
it is a very loaded word, as is affordability. From my perspective and from history working on resilient policy in Puerto Rico, a lot of the recommendations that we have put out was to make sure that a lot of the systems, electrical systems, are lifted and not on the level, that they're out of the way for stormwater, for material being blown into the building, protected. Leveraging prevailing winds to cool spaces, because there's not going to be electricity for a good amount of time. It's going to be very hot. I'm assuming that the simplicity of the design is to keep in account for affordability, but that's an assumption I don't want to assume, and I
Yeah,
want to know
that
a
is
little bit
correct.
more about that. But the resiliency piece is really what's questioning me, making me question whether this building is resilient or not. Mangroves are very smart, I think. They're also beautiful to kayak under, if you've ever done that. The sand dunes, of course, used throughout all the Jersey Shore. Very smart. But the building itself, the life itself in the building, I don't find it to be very resilient itself. Another question too is the affordability component. Adding more density helps a little bit, but not at this location, I think. I've also done affordable housing. And this is a prime location. You're going to get rich people wanting to come here and pay for it. And you're putting the wealthier behind with no views. And thinking about leveraging a mixed income space where you have kind of a mix to help offset some of the costs and lack of income or subsidy, lack of subsidy probably, because you might get tax credits, but that's not going to fully pay for the building itself, neither are rents. So I would also think about, like, if you want to do affordability, dive a little bit into what those rent rates would look like in this building and what your costs would look like. Even at the high level, at a higher level, like, you're probably what's affordable there based on income level. Is it $800 a month, or is it $3,000 a month, which is probably what this is going to drive more.
Yeah, true. Thank you.
Thank you, David. This is one of the things that, while this conversation's going on, I started to think about, we're in the middle of $46 million campaign to expand the architecture building. And one of the liabilities that we have is the inability to take the expertise from our 4 programs and really combine them side by side. So if you imagine, take out your checkbooks, folks. If you imagine the ability to sit architects and real estate developers and planners and historic preservationists, and God forbid landscape architects, if you'd even talk to us half the time. No, I'm just kidding you. Imagine that opportunity to take a project like this and temper it and to allow it to become more realistic, because I think it's really clear that we don't in architecture school typically do pro formas. It may be an exercise in a pro-prac class, maybe. I don't know if it really happens anymore. It did when I was a student, and we made up all the numbers because we didn't know what we were doing. But imagine that as opportunity to study a project like this as a team, because nobody makes architecture this way. You make it as a team. So one of the things that strikes me as you guys were talking about old San Juan, and I was in, Maria was September of 2017. And I had a cruise, my first ever cruise, that left from San Juan in March of 2018. And when I arrived, I was worried that my hotel, which of course, as an urbanist, I refused to stay in the Hilton, the Marriott, the tower buildings. And this was fortuitous that I did not make a reservation in any of those buildings because they were entirely wiped out. All those buildings outside of Old Town San Juan had no curtain walls left. They were just completely devastated beyond belief. And I was nervous that my El Convento, which I took because of my Catholic origins and thinking maybe I need to go back to the convent and get some religion. It was a courtyard building, and this was really what you brought up, Elizabeth. The typology of buildings in Old San Juan are enclosed courtyard buildings. And while there are several open courtyards in the scheme, I fear that they might be windscoops and not behave the way you would like to. Curiously enough, all of Old San Juan came back in, they spent many days without electricity, but virtually all of Old San Juan came back because the typology of building used had been tried and true, and because it built urbanism versus the suburban crap that occurs out on that piece of land where tourists go. Which were all object buildings in basically in advantage of a wind tunnel. I fear, and I'm editorializing now, and this has nothing to do with you. I fear we don't teach anything about typology anymore. I've had students say that I was talking to a student the other day, and I said, this building you've done is a bar building, but you need some courtyard buildings too. And he's probably listening to me at the moment. And I came back, and he's a great guy, came back, and the building he was making had lots of little arches on it. And I said, what's that? And he goes, well, you said you wanted an old building. And the idea that somehow courtyards are ye olde and bar buildings are, cool and hot stuff, total misinterpretation of what history is about, folks. And so I would say, you guys know, you don't know enough about building typology, and bringing that to play on this is that all of those old buildings in San Juan that survived, they had shutters. And they had shutters for 2 reasons. The wind blows, and you have to close those shutters to protect against junk coming in through the window, trees, and in normal weather, the sun kills you and you need to protect yourself. And you need to be able to operate it because at night you open the windows to cool things off. And we think maybe the brise soleil or you push a button or something. I'm just editorializing here just for the heck of it. So that is something to think about in general, as not necessarily exclusively a critique here, but a critique of, I don't think we teach this stuff. I think we tend to allow students to design whatever they want because it's cool. And I think, you know, we had several discussions late about what are we going to do about the vertical surface and stuff like that. And that's the last bit of it is that I fear that the vertical surface, I gave a lecture in Architecture 401, was it? That nobody paid any attention to. I walked around and looked at the stuff and the work was absolutely inferior in terms of the vertical surface. So I'm not going to give the lecture ever again to people there. This is the chair of this committee who I will pass it to, and you want to take over?
Very well, thank you. Those of you who don't know, Sarani means from the gods. And it also means the brave one. So I have to say, taking on a challenge of a project of this caliber certainly was brave, to say the least. If you think about someone who, what is it, bites more than they can chew, this is a project that we looked at many times like this. But this is also a project that has, you probably know that creativity comes from 10% inspiration, 90% perspiration. This is a project that is 90% Sarani. I would say 99% Sarani, and maybe half percent me and half percent my colleague here as well. I think what I really love about this project, and more than the results, which are amazing, is the attitude of the designer. I think that if you go on with the same attitude of being so sensitive to all these issues that you took on, you're going to have a shining career. Congratulations.
Thank you.
And folks, we're going to take a short break here because Carol Merrill has to come out and turn these panels. We're buying some vowels to turn these around. So if you would like some coffee, if you need a restroom break, there are 2 restrooms at that end, men's, women's to that side. And we'll get going here at the top of the hour.
Yes. Yeah, I talked to you. Well, I was supposed to finish my master's and then I emailed you. You're from, yes. Yeah. Nice to see you. Hi.
None of that too. I'm really happy that you could talk to people.
Yeah.
Okay, folks. You get your seats before somebody else gets it.
Hello? No, take those away. With you.
Yep. So good late morning to everybody. We have two more to do and then we'll break for lunch. So now hurricanes aren't the issue. We're going to go right into the pit of fire. And we're going to California, where we all know fire has been a devastating element for the past decade or more. Well, even longer than that, but it's gotten worse because of the way we irresponsibly urbanize things. But we're not going to an urban place. We're going to some place where we can enjoy in vino veritas. So our committee, so Holly Daly is going to be presenting today, and her committee is Andressa Martinez, who is right back there, and Ken Filler, who is right over here, and myself, and take us away.
Yes, thank you. Good morning, everyone. I appreciate your time. Thank you to my committee, my friends, my family, and the cohort for everyone's support. My name is Holly Daly, and I started my life in Maryland, a state that we can see experiences winter. And as a child in elementary school, I loved waking up on a winter morning to the news that there was a snow day. And instead of going to school, I was able to play in the snow with my friends all day. During elementary school, I moved across the country to a famously sunny state, California, specifically the Bay Area. I was pretty sad to learn I would never get to experience another snow day again. But after a couple years of living there, I started to realize there is a snow day equivalent in California, and those are called poor air quality days. And these were due to wildfire smoke, typically in the Napa Valley, that would travel down and make it pretty dangerous for people to spend time outside. And we were even introduced to those K95 COVID masks that we all know now in the early 2010s. So I'm pretty sure everyone's familiar with the recent wildfires in California that happened in January. I was visiting family there just before the fires broke out, which sparked my curiosity on how architecture can play a role in building resilience. And through research, I learned that wildfires are growing in frequency and magnitude of devastation dramatically. And wind is actually a very strong driver, is the strongest driver of wildfire spread in coastal regions like California. And fire actually rapidly accelerates up hills and steeper slopes. So California residents are being displaced by these wildfires, and the margin is growing larger with the residents returning due to a multitude of reasons. And there are defensible strategies to design against wildfires, such as using fire buffers like roads and sidewalks, and considering vegetation in the site design with fire adaptive vegetation, and even creating buffer zones around structures that are vegetation free. And there are clustering defense strategies, such as clustering similar defensible zones together. And there are building scale strategies, like using a fire buffer around your property, using specific slopes and minimal overhangs on your roofs to prevent embers from entering your structure. But I don't know about you, but I don't think everyone wants a cinder block wall around their property. So that begs the question, how can building methods and design strategies mitigate the risk of wildfires? And how can resilience and architecture marry together to create a more resilient future? Resilient design takes into account every scale of design, going through location and topography all the way down to building materials and assemblies. The United States heavily relies on the agriculture industry of California to feed its population. The agriculture industry is a main contributor to California's economy. And when you break down the agricultural sectors, there is a niche sector of vineyards and wine grapes that shows that when affected by wildfire, it has a severe impact to the economy. And there is a newer wine region known as Paso Robles that has seen a significant boom in tourism and popularity over the last couple of years, and it already contributes 1/3 of California's $15 billion wine industry. And Paso Robles sits in between San Francisco and Los Angeles, kind of in the midpoint, about 3 hours from both, and has been experiencing a lot of wildfires recently. This wine region is divided up into different wine districts, and these wine districts are determined by different climatic issues and conditions, such as soil type, microclimate, sun exposure, all of the above. And what is very unique about this wine region is that this is a very communal wine industry where grapes are shared among every region and everyone just wants to make their best product. So vineyards and winemakers are very communal in their efforts. So as you can see, when one district is impacted, everyone feels the effects. And our site is located in between two major towns. Paso Robles, which is the more tourism town that has hospitality infrastructure such as a beautiful town center, restaurants, shops, hotels, and Airbnbs. And there's also Templeton, which is more where the local community resides and still contains some hospitality infrastructure. But this growing popularity has really helped this region provide many jobs and help its economy. So our site is an existing vineyard with an existing tasting room and production area. The vineyard is divided up by grape type based on their growing conditions, and grapes take small conditions into account like minimal slope changes affect the product, exposure to sun affects the product. And here are some images of the existing site. You can see their small tasting room that they have up in the top. And then you can start to see the dramatic topography that actually resides on the site. And here's an aerial view to kind of give you that three-dimensional sense. And when looking at the site analysis, our site and the sites around are primarily agricultural lands that experience winds from the north and northwest. And if you recall, slopes are pretty dangerous when it comes to wildfires. So using this reverse topography map to really identify those steep slopes and areas of concern. And we have to consider our neighbors as well because many natural occurrences do not consider sightlines when they do what they do best. So the proposed site plan introduces an extension of the driveway to act as a fire buffer and an additional tasting room and larger production space towards the east of the site. And the site circulation will remain where users will park in the existing parking lot, walk towards the old tasting room, and they are greeted with a nice glass of rosé and walk through the vineyards. Yes. Yes, she wants to point to where I'm talking about. So this is the existing tasting room, and this is the existing driveway and parking lot. Please. So here diagrammed, this is the existing parking lot where they would park, walk towards the existing tasting room, and make their way through the vineyards towards the new tasting room. And as you conclude your walk through the vineyard, you would enter a courtyard typology building, like we discussed earlier, and arrive to the new site, where you will be greeted by an exterior framed view of the vineyards beyond. And then users are able to continue their wine tasting experience in the interior tasting room, and are even able to continue their wine tasting experience in the exterior courtyard, and have the ability to enjoy their time on the terraced plaza to look back on their views. Yes.
Can you please point to the floor plan where these are?
Yes. This interior tasting room is right here. And then this courtyard view is looking from the exterior towards the courtyard.
From the double doors there,
Correct.
through the courtyard, and where is that slope?
Behind here, but it's cut since it's a floor plan.
So we're looking to plan right?
Correct. And then here you're looking to plan left on this plaza. So you're looking back on where you entered. And the exterior walls act as a defensible barrier with minimal openings, and they architecturally frame the existing landscape and give the landscape priority. The entry, courtyard, and plaza are aligned to the central axis, which allows for connection from the old tasting room to the new program. The building utilizes a tower typology and a parapet roof typology to mitigate the overhang risk. But when you cut the section through the building, you can start to see the sloping roofs to allow for daylighting and natural ventilation. The stack effect and sawtooth roof allow for smoke to escape in the event of wildfires or fires within the building. This section can display the zoning between production, circulation, and public space. Water is important when we are thinking about wildfires. Vegetation that is typically in a drought state, when it experiences a sudden saturation during a rain event and then goes back to its drought state, it actually ignites wildfires more easily. It's more likely that they occur. So collecting water and using it, especially after a rain event, is very important. So the terrace steps, sloping roofs, and courtyard collect site runoff, and that will be stored in a cistern. And then after a large event, if needed, there is an emergency cistern to the east of the site. The building also uses fire-resistant material and assemblies with a protective screen typology that can be dropped down for the exterior openings during a fire event or anything for further resilience. The extended driveway continues this fire buffer further into the site to protect the high-risk areas. And the building redirects and slows down wind speeds while remaining a 5 to 10 foot vegetation-free zone around the structure. This thesis also highlights a gap in our industry, which is interdisciplinary communication. Traditionally, our industry prioritizes efficiency. So this thesis also acts as a call to action for everyone who plays a part in building and shaping our world to consider resiliency and think about prioritizing resilient design so we can protect our world and human lives. So thank you.
Can I just ask one more time, just for
Yeah.
clarity? In some of the drawings, there seems to be an axial arrival to number 1,
Correct.
but in the site plan, there seems to be a road that kind of comes towards the bottom of the page. That, I'm just trying to understand that whole sequence of arrival to the old structure, and you park there.
Correct. Walk
And then
towards
you-
the existing.
And how do you walk?
You walk through the vineyard.
Oh, so there is a path there.
Yes,
Okay.
these are lines to show the existing grapes, and you would walk through the
Understood.
vines to
And some
enter.
of the graphics show it,
This is the new, and this is the old.
but
so
there you
would
have a
walk.
path. Okay.
Yes.
That now reads better because it, in some of the graphics, it shows as if it's arriving at that other Brisole at 12. But you actually have an axial relationship between the two with a pathway connecting them.
Correct. Okay. Yes.
But now we get it's because, for example, in this view, we see the old structure, right?
Correct. Back here.
Through the, yeah. Got it. Thank you.
Yes.
While we're commenting on the drawing, can you tell us the contour interval?
The contours,
Yeah.
these are all 5-foot contour lines.
What was that?
5-foot contour
5
lines.
foot. Yeah, okay, now it explains why it's that deep.
Yes.
So I have my first question is it's not clear to me that the design is about mitigating a fire for your building or
Correct.
stopping wildfires from happening. Because the thing that I see, so did you go into the WUI laws? The wilderness urban?
Yes,
Okay,
yes, yes.
For California, which are pretty structured.
Yes, they
Um,
are.
So I see the fire buffer. Okay,
Correct.
I get that. And I understand the 5-foot vegetation. Is
Mhm.
there anything else that you did to try to prevent wildfires from happening? Or is this about protecting your building?
It's about protecting the structure
Okay.
mostly. I think if I were to go into preventing wildfires to even occur, that would create kind of a project that would take more than 6 months. And wildfires are actually beneficial for our ecology. So it's not about stopping the occurrence, it's about protecting the people and our structures. So using the defensive walls, the stone walls, and minimal openings prevent wildfire and embers to enter the structure.
So my family in the last 2 years have sold 2 houses that are in wildfire areas. Okay, and being able to prevent the wildfires is the first step in protecting the people.
Yes.
So we can just talk about the vineyard building, right? The winery.
Correct.
Okay. Which I like the simplicity of it. I really do. I don't believe the simplicity of the plan actually reflects the more complex nature of making wine and storing wine. I see, for example, and this might seem like a very nitpicky issue, but your wine storage room, aging and storage, is smaller than your wine tasting room, which, having been to a bunch of vineyards, is surprising. And and I wondered why, since you have the cistern, you hadn't have you thought, I don't know if you did, have you thought about actually integrating some of the program underground?
That's really where I started, looking at creating this central mass as a cave typology. And that's where this project really started in September. But since then, I've moved to above ground and kept a resilient core in this storage and aging room. And there's additional aging space since the production will move from the existing building to this building. That whole building is now available for storage and aging.
My only other comment would be, and this has more to do about the experience of being in the vineyard.
Yes.
Because this is obviously, you're taking a tour, you may be going to a couple of vineyards during the day, right? That kind of thing,
Yes.
right? I wish there was more of an experience in the tasting room, in the building, the public portions of the building,
Mhm.
where you are connected more to the vineyards themselves, right? Right now, there's this, this solid wall, and you've walked through the vineyard, I get that, right? But you're really not experiencing it or finding an exterior space to use that's on the vineyard side, right? The relationship is all axial,
Mhm.
right? And I wonder what are the possibilities of having you come into the public nature of the building, right? Which is essentially two, and I don't know, is it 11? I'm not quite sure what's public in here, but have that
Two.
open up into the vineyard so that you can use that 5 foot and make that bigger,
Mhm.
5 foot vegetation area or vegetation free area, and that becomes a usable space.
Agreed. Yes, I see.
Could you highlight where the actual wine making, like the production facilities?
Yes, these two massings. Here is where bottling would happen, and here is where sorting and putting everything into barrels would happen.
Oh, well, where, I was gonna say, where are the tanks?
They,
did you visit any wineries when you were?
yes,
Did it-
this is a winery I frequently, or I have visited a couple of times. Sorry, I grew up in California. We drink wine. Yes.
Are
But
they
the
making reds
storage,
or whites, or what are they making?
they make both primarily GSM blends,
Okay.
Grenache, Syrah.
It would have been nice to hear more about, I mean, I applaud you for taking on resiliency and really like being very detailed about it. And so I just have a couple of thoughts to share with you. But one thing that I feel is missing is actually an emphasis on the process of winemaking,
Yes.
right? Like the grapes come in, they're crushed here, they go through the sorter, the juice is transferred to the tank for its first fermentation, and then it's transferred to a barrel for its second fermentation. Like that process is so important.
Yes.
Protecting from fires, one part of the equation, but this is like 10 parts of the equation, right? Without the product, it doesn't exist. So I would have liked to see a little bit more development and let that inform the design more. One other thing, just as a purely technical, and my colleague pointed out the contour, you have a 5 foot contour going through the building. You need to recognize that that means a change of grade of 5 feet.
Correct.
So really your building isn't flat. It should be terracing down the slope, or that contour line needs to be redirected somehow. You need to, but that's an opportunity. So I wanted to say that I think you could engage with this topography more and have that be part of not only the winemaking, the production process, like coming down the hill with the grapes, you got to stop, pause, juice, and then that could have been woven in. And also, um, the facades, the skin of the building is actually quite thin. It looks massive from the outside. It looks like a big stone building, but in
Yes.
fact, the stone looks to be like 4 inches thick face stone. And, building in stone and masonry in this climate and in this tradition is a natural fit. You could use big masonry here,
Yes.
which would give you the opportunity to play with where the glass sits, where the screen sits, going in and out of the outdoors in climates like this is great. I mean, more often than not, when you go to these wineries, their doors are thrown open and there is no indoor outdoor.
Yes.
So I would have liked to see that celebrated a little bit more, that you could, be sitting in a loggia. It could be made of non-combustible materials,
Yes.
right? It could be masonry with terracotta, vaulting. And you could be out of the shade, enjoying the breeze, having your tasting. So I think deepening the facade, engaging the terrain, and focusing on the production could also be ways of addressing resiliency for this facility.
Yes.
Actually, it makes you think about, take that idea of the loggia and you carve it into the ground, it becomes a fire break.
Mhm.
I'm sorry.
Comment on just on landscape. First of all, are the alignment of the wine, the grapes,
Mhm.
is it actual or is it something that you've just kind of, you're
No, this is
illustrating?
actual. I counted each row of grapes and where they either row or column.
But the patterns that you put on the plan are yours.
They're existing.
They're existing. Okay.
Yes.
Well, I think it's a very interesting topic. I do think that there's an element of placemaking also, not because Ronit, I saw her here earlier, but I mean, there's an element, a winery is the quintessential sort of placemaking opportunity, just, just like maybe even the spiritual sort of hub that we were looking at earlier. And I find that there's something that really in the misalignment of some of these elements, in the lack of engaging with the edge. I understand the fire is the purpose, but then I think there's also ways in which we can use maybe make disadvantages or weaknesses opportunities.
Mhm.
And thinking for instance about how do we deal with that edge where that transition from the meadow, sort of that, and the the fuel of the fire versus the the winery and the grapes themselves. That interface seems to be unresolved.
Mhm.
There's a little bit of a buffer, but it's not the same as the buffer that I find on this side, for
Mhm.
instance. So I find that could be an interesting element to look at beyond sort of the strategies of fuel modification, buffer. The other thing is thinking about how water flows. I mean,
Yes.
I think right now you've thought about the building, which is very easy to control, but water flows on this landscape. There's a swale that I see there. There's multiple swales actually that come here. So thinking about integrating that element into it and even educating the winery that, yeah, maybe that is also something that adds resilience because after, and maybe capture also the erosion.
Mhm.
So there's other ways I think that could be interesting for you to look at beyond the building itself in the planning of this or the site planning of this
Yes.
that could add a lot of knowledge, valuable knowledge
Yeah.
to the industry.
Despite the quick notes on pointing and describing where things are, I think your graphics, your presentation is very clean and clear and eloquent.
Thank you.
So much so that sometimes you would think that it's completely self-explanatory, but it's worth taking the time and in a way, giving honor to some of the spaces you've created and allowing them to really be explained and be appreciated. From that point of view, I feel like there's interesting parts of your project that perhaps just didn't end up on the board or in the slides. Primarily that idea of arriving at a portion of the project and then really taking that procession forward and encountering the project. I think the first time we encountered the new design, apart from the aerial diagrams, is that picture, and we're already under the canopy there. There's
Yes.
something about being engulfed in the vineyard and seeing that path come through the courtyard and continue through, which is it's so emblematic of your design.
Yes.
I think identifying that in that large site plan would be extremely important as well, because you're showing the path up the hill. There's got to be some kind of indication that there is an actual path through there. And it's never enough to really continue to reinforce that diagram because it is such a big part of what you've created. I enjoyed the section at the very bottom because it really explains all that.
Yes.
It's a very strong drawing that both describes the topography and the various parts of the landscape that you go through. And I was trying to recover that in some of the other images, and I think you eventually piece it together. So individually, each drawing is beautiful, but I feel like some of them omit certain really important parts of it. So just little things to tweak and
Yes.
really touch on as you wrap this project up. From a design perspective, I would continue on some of the comments we just heard, and it has to do with the articulation of the spaces and the architecture itself. I also enjoyed the very restrained language. I think it's appropriate for the context, it's appropriate for the culture of the place. It's not overworked, it's not belabored. So much so that maybe some things are a little too oversimplified and in a way, just a little bit too, for lack of a better word, just generic again. I'm looking at these double doors that look like 7-foot storefront with the window on top, and it just repeats, in this volume, and then in the volume of the bottling room, and in the volume of the tasting room. And I wonder if some of the spaces maybe warrant a different kind of opening, some of the more generous ones that were mentioned, the ones that can remain open, that kind of start to relate to the use of the space. I think that in and of itself starts to dictate a little bit of how the architecture is articulated, so it doesn't have that same motif repeating. It's one of the reasons why I got lost for a minute in some of the views, for example, from the tasting room, because there were three sets of these double doors and then a couple more across the courtyard. So at one point it starts to act a little bit disorienting. So using the types of openings that happen in the volume start to build that subtle hierarchy within the space. And you always know you're in the tasting room and you always know you're in the, let's say, bottling room. The last thing would be these images, and if you could just prepare one more, would benefit greatly from just either showing the bottling room or some of the really wine related experience, because that's why people come here. They want to see it being made, even if it's not quite being made at the moment. There's something about it that you're at a vineyard once you see a lot of these different spaces. And lastly, this courtyard is wonderful, and as a diagram, it was explained earlier why it's relevant, and you've oriented it really well. But I don't quite see yet the kinds of spaces that people enjoy in a courtyard. Like right now, it's still a lot of hard walls meeting the hardscape and people just sort of meandering and hanging about. People love to hang out in courtyards. So whether that warrants additional vegetation and additional opportunities for seating beyond the ones that are just built into the site, I think that would further kind of enhance this space and make it a destination. Because just to go all the way back to that axial relationship and something you're working towards and you're arriving at, there needs to be a there, especially because you have that path continue then up the hill. There's got to be a little bit of a stronger sense of arrival and just release. You're here. Enjoy the wine, enjoy the surroundings. So that perhaps is something that can still find its way into a few of those images and kind of take it to the next level. But beautiful presentation.
Thank you.
I think to echo some of the other comments, wonderful presentation, the graphics, I think the verbal presentation was very successful. One thing that I was a little surprised about, similar to previous comments, was that the detail, though I love that you went into details, it seemed a little conventional, like the use of the plywood versus maybe using another form of construction or that monolithic stone. I think another thing, it would have been interesting to see, similar to what you did with the runoff, like what happens when there's a ton of rain, where does it go? It would have been cool to see a before and after of after the building is through a fire. Like how does it change? Is there stone walls you can slide into place over those kind of curtain walls or storefront? Something like that. I'm sure you've thought about it already.
Yes, I really tried to use fire simulation programs. They unfortunately destroyed my laptop. And I had to learn a lot of fire physics, fire dynamic physics, which I had no business doing. And I needed many professionals to help me. But yes, that would be a next step towards the end goal.
Yeah, I think in the future, even using small models, like if you make them out of, I don't even know, gypsum board or like cast them in concrete and just literally set them on fire.
I thought about that, yes.
Yeah, but cool.
A couple things. I really appreciate you putting up the map of California. As a New Yorker, I always think everything's 3 hours away, but that's not true. I have a couple of questions just on your thought process. So you mentioned earlier that you started off with the building into the ground.
Correct.
Why did you bring it out, and what was the reasoning behind, like, what? Yeah, can you expand a little bit more on that process?
Through the beginning of the design process, creating a building that was both normally out of the ground and in the ground started to create design questions of how the slope would change and the topography would change, and connecting the larger slope, and also not hurting as much as the vineyards, because we're already taking out a few rows and displacing a little bit of them. So as I retreated back into the slope, these vineyards were getting affected more and more. So I kept trying to pull it out, and I didn't want to manipulate the topography too much to bring another mound into there for further fire risk. So that's why it eventually ended out of the ground.
That makes sense.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is what you guys. If you look at your section, your building compared to the scale of the site is fairly small.
Correct.
Okay, so it looks like you could move a couple of rows of grapes,
Mhm.
add them, okay, and actually have a building that works both outside and inside the earth, which might be an interesting comment about vineyards and winemaking and all that other stuff. You know, the other, but anyway, I interrupted. I'm sorry.
I like that.
So, I I really think I wasn't there, right? And you were working on this, and you had criticism all the way along, and you made your decisions. So again, I come back to yes, an idea might be difficult, okay, but if it's a strong idea, you start to weigh the idea versus how far you have to go. The nice thing about thesis projects is it doesn't matter how difficult it is, right? Because you're not going to someone and saying, you have to pay that extra money to build into the ground. You know, you can really push your idea as far as you would like without that concern, which is a wonderful time in your life.
Yes.
So I don't know what else to say.
Very rare time in your life when you're able to like really push and expand without contractors saying or engineers saying, no, you can't do that. You're crazy.
Exactly.
But
Taking a client concern like the value of vines very seriously, it's the whole reason this is here.
Correct.
I think is actually something you should embrace in your thesis, right? I mean, we're not expecting you to be an economist, but saying, okay, the rule number one is I have to displace as few vines as humanly possible because that's why we're here,
Yes.
right? And so to me, the target then is all of this big sea of parking.
Yes.
Did you consider putting the parking underneath here so that you wouldn't disturb all those vines?
I thought about it and extending the vines from this vineyard out. I thought about that approach, but that didn't end up happening.
There's an amazing vineyard in the south of France. I'm blanking on the name. The guy who owns it owned one of the Connaught hotels in London. Anyhow, he's turned it into an enormous destination of huge land art, like huge sculptural interventions by every famous sculptor and architect you can think of. But their winemaking facility is designed by Tato Ando, and the parking is below it, so
Yes.
that this.
Yes, it's good.
Near
I forget the name.
Aix-en-Provence. I'm forgetting the name. It's an incredible place.
I agree. You need to keep in mind. You usually speak loud enough. You need to keep in mind. I agree that the economy of it and balance it. It's one of those questions that you do actually have. But your whole fire break, right? Because I was wondering when you were talking about, well, how do you make wine? I was thinking, where do you deliver the grapes to this building, right?
Yes.
And then I was looking at the fire break, and I said, if I use the fire break for the way to get to the building, and not this axial thing up from the parking area that you kept in some drawings and left off in other drawings. If you use that fire break as the way to get to the building,
Yes.
then a lot of the issues that we've been talking about how to open it up back to the landscape, how to make this loggia, because you could certainly imagine that this comes all the way across, right? And that's this beautiful room looking back, and then you enter into this courtyard. Lots of planning items start to work themselves out.
Yes.
And so it's this making, I call it making the snowball. You're going back and forth, as you ask real practical questions and then have a real design intent. And I think that in some ways, the design intent because the simplicity of the program got lost a little bit in the wanting to focus on the resiliency issues, which I think are very, I mean, I don't know who said it. I think you said how complex they are, and how multivalent they are, right? Who you protect. Because I was thinking, the most important thing you have to protect in a building out here is the roof. That's
Yes.
where the fires start, not the walls.
Yes.
I was just thinking about, an architect that dealt with wineries very early on is Palladio. So I was thinking about
Yes.
actually how much we could have learned from his kind of Villa Agricola or whatever his kind of approach, right?
Yes.
2 levels, with a higher, so I think that's the kind of placemaking that you could also add in addition to the resilience
Yes.
to then make this like more of a place.
I want to circle back to some of the comments Elizabeth made and another juror made about the openings in the walls. So I think there's an opportunity in making a courtyard building to make the exterior walls very different than the interior walls. It looks like the same stone or patterns are being used on the outside perimeter and the inside of the courtyard. And tying that together with where these openings are and the nature of the openings, and their relationship to the vineyard. So the tasting room windows are looking at the flank of the rows, not down the aisles, right? We've all had that experience of
Correct.
being in a highway and seeing the corn rows go by.
Yes.
And so you've just made this long trek up through the rows. I just wonder about what it would be like to look back down through the rows, and this idea of making the courtyard very different, in terms of the way the openings are made, the size of the openings, the coloring of the walls, and then also being a Marylander that got transplanted to California for a few high school years.
Yes.
The second perspective down, yes, their seasons are more kind of a narrower band, but in the summer, the tables are going to be on that left side in the shade. And in the winter, the tables, if you engage the courtyard, are going to be on the right side in the sun.
Exactly.
So, even the best room you've made is the courtyard, it can be flexible in terms of the way it's arranged.
Yes.
I like the simplicity of the building too, and I think I like the idea of how you dealt with the resilience of the fire, and I think that's very straightforward, but it seems to stop and not meld with the story of the winemaking, as some people alluded to. So I would have liked to have seen how the building was shaped as much about the wine than it was simply just responding to, dealing with the fire, because the forms are very nice and they're even picturesque, for lack of a better word. And the courtyard is nice. I feel like if there was some element that made well, first to humanize the courtyard a bit more with plantings, with more elements that you're already expressing. Dare I say, even have an arcade that pulls people around, just to at least give someone a literate sense that there's a procession to this process. It's not just, here's the commercial part, we make it in the back, and there's a space in between. The shapes are already, how you highlighted the bar area and how it raises, it's almost like a stumped tower. It doesn't
Yes.
have to be a phony tower or anything. It's nice the way it is, but you've aligned it with that side entrance. So you're already alluding to a lot of these little moments that could add to the richness of this space.
Yes.
So, I think that's just, I guess I would have had a couple of those glasses of wine and designed more
Yes.
in that vein,
That was the plan.
rather than just, run, eat vegetable juice and just do the hard stuff. I would have
Yes.
relaxed a bit more. But it's a beautiful project.
Thank you so
Okay.
much.
Just a quick word.
Yeah.
I won't repeat everybody's comments, but just the size of the project is. I mean, the building is not a large building per se.
Correct.
So the one thing moving forward is really, I would really try to make sure that you're putting a lot of effort into learning about the type of construction type that we have out in California, and building there a lot of times, and we know that what kind of things that the type of way that you can build out there. And so looking at a lot of case studies and precedents out there would be very helpful. So that way it can be incorporated into your building, and be more mindful about that. Just in the construction, just even what was been mentioned about the the orientation of the building and how it's being reactive to the site conditions, both in a climatic way as well as in a spatial way. So just being mindful. I mean, you don't have a large building here, and that's an opportunity for you to really dig deeper into the systems. It's asking you of that. Like if you have a small building, it's probably going to ask you to go. Yes, it's great. You did a lot of rendering work and did a lot of research about other things, but now you have this small building. You really need to dig deeper about what is that building made of? How is it really being constructed? Because it's once you get to a scale of that size, it's going to be asking of you that information.
Yes, I agree. Thank you.
We've said what we want to say. But it is also a very good point that you all make, is that architecture never has a single theme to it. It has multiple themes all simultaneous. So, yeah, fire alone.
Holly, your project takes on a different task of proposing a fire defensive architecture, but while remaining sensitive to the landscape, it's hard. Your research is not only in architecture, so it's hard to find research in the field of architecture. You need to find in other fields, creating this transdisciplinary bridge and approach. You have a lot of metrics, different scales. I know that she has the wine production, the graphics, etc. But here she needs to be more concise. But I agree with all your comments, and I appreciate. I think she was dealing with so many constraints, but now is the time to expand in terms of architecture, aesthetics, being like more like thinking of the design as speculation. And as an architect, because that's what our joins are, and you know that maybe we are not going to find the answers for everything, but you're in this process. I really enjoy to work with you. You are very dedicated. I could see your growth during this process. It has been a pleasure to work with you over the past year, and I wish you all the best in your career. Congratulations.
Thank you so much. Thank you, everyone.
Ditto. So we're going to turn again 90 degrees, face west to the wall over there. Okay, so just a reminder for the reviewers, even though you're used to being able to project your voice, a couple things. One is that the people that are watching on YouTube and Facebook can't hear you unless you speak into the microphone. Number two, literally because your backs are to the people in the back of the room. It's like a Latin mass. If you don't know what a Latin mass is, look it up. You never knew what was going on. And we had this for many years, the Great Latin Mass. It was not didactic. And the third thing is, on the other side of the great space, I've had to ask contractors several times today to please lower their voice because they're putting in a lot of plumbing and stuff back there. They're really excited about it, and they can't keep their voices down. And they're like an echo chamber, and what they're doing is blasting back out here. Is that enough to say about that? Use the microphone. Okay. So Rory is going to take us a little closer nearby into the landscape and look at an alternative to uh, uh, conventional suburban housing. And her chair was Joseph Williams, and the other committee member was Julie Gabrielli. And here you go.
Thank you. I will be presenting Distilling Suburban Myth into New Forms. And before I begin, I would like to return my chair's book. Professor Gabrielli, I have your books at home. I forgot them. Professor Kelly never gave me books, but that's okay. And then thank you, Professor Noonan, for your help in this project as well. Sorry. Okay, let's begin. So, something a lot of us know is that single-family housing is carbon intensive. The materials used have high embodied carbon levels and use more carbon per unit than multifamily forms. The average, according to the Biogenic Manual section, the average single-family home uses over 30 metric tons of carbon dioxide. And I wanted to contextualize that a little bit. That is 530 tree seedlings that would need to be planted and sequester carbon for 10 years to offset those emissions, okay? And that's just for one household. Of course, we also know that the turf grass lawn has some problems. It leads to 5 times more nitrogen runoff than prairie grasses or native grasses. And there are 36% fewer plant species in these regularly mowed areas as compared to areas that are not frequently mowed, like a native grass. And turf grass is actually the largest monocrop in the United States. Now, all of those bad things aside, consumer preference is single family. So there is this mythology of detached, non-urban single-family housing in the United States, and it's aspirational. About 80% of young adults say their ideal home is detached single-family housing. 66 to 79, depending on the source, of homebuyers choose detached single-family homes. And 76% of Americans think that owning a home is essential to being middle class. So that's a big part of the myth, right? Now, for context, only 57% of Americans believe in anthropogenic climate change, right? So it's less believed than some of these other myths. Quickly, by a show of hands, who here lives in a single family home? Tall? See, I mean, it's the norm. So this led to the thesis question of how could studying the myth of the single family house, taking it seriously, how could that lead to a multifamily form that decreases embodied carbon per household? Now, there were a few different ways you could study the single family house, maybe watch some HGTV. But instead I went to the next best thing, which is Zillow, and did a semiotic multi-factor analysis of single-family homes versus multifamily homes in the Baltimore regional area and looked at the descriptions of them. So take, for example, this single-family home that was talking about this door from the kitchen that leads to a massive deck overlooking the trees and fields behind your fully fenced backyard. As compared to down in Baltimore, this home is located in a vibrant neighborhood and this property is just a short distance from local attractions and amenities, right? So yours, your nature versus community. So I did this for a number of Zillow ads, identified the different connotations that I was seeing, and then compared them by detached single family versus multifamily, okay? And in the green here is single family, and in the burgundy is multifamily. And there were some that, you know, were relatively neutral, which is interesting, like nature. But for my kind of program areas, I focused on the ones that there are the biggest discrepancies between multifamily and single family housing. And those are autonomy, control, security, and status. So those kind of became the lenses that I was designing this, you know, new form through, because that's the basis of the myth. And this thesis posits that the lawn is actually often the design method or tactic for these factors. And the lawn, on the average single family home, is normally 5 times the footprint of the house. And, you know, we talked about some negatives to the lawn, but the lawn allows autonomy because you can grow and move and shape. It allows for control because you can kind of portion off your space. It allows for status or viewing, right? It's kind of putting it up on this flat area, almost giving it like a plinth. And then it allows for security, so looking out and seeing, you know, everything 360 around. And I want to take a moment to say that the myth of the lawn has actually ended up kind of in silly ways in some more of these dense housing types. And I'm not the first person to do this. Frank Gehry, in the Gehry House, he criticized the suburban lot by kind of going to the edges of it. Garden House by Mad Architects actually turns the courtyard kind of into a lawn and gives everybody their vista into it. And then Sea Ranch, Charles Moore and Sea Ranch, the project did something interesting. It used easements to kind of protect the land in between and give people their view sheds, and then gave people 360 views out to those natural spaces. And then I couldn't not spatially analyze a single family home. So this is a book of house plans that I went through and studied. And a finding was that a lot of the exterior, so the lawn, the exit to the exterior, was often in a niche. So a lot of the times you are kind of exiting to your back lawn or your like reclusive, your space in a protected void. Now, where is the test of these 4 factors going to happen? We're going to go up Route 95 to 695 to 795, about an hour and a half drive away, to Carroll County, Maryland, where I'm from. So once you get off the Baltimore interstate system, bottom right, you actually cross the Liberty Reservoir, which is the dividing line between Baltimore County and Carroll County. And then you take your first right at a 4-way light, and you'll get to our site, which is a for sale golf course. Okay. Now, this site was picked because Carroll County has such a distinctive suburban identity. People really are driving to qualify. They're going, they really want this lawn, and they're going far away to get it. And then it's considered good for families because the average school rating is higher than Baltimore County and some of the counties closer to Baltimore. Now, the suburban impact. The Liberty Reservoir that you cross to get into Carroll County has very high nitrogen levels, 5 times higher than pristine natural bodies of water, according to the Maryland Department of the Environment. And this leads to dissolved oxygen depletion, which leads to, you know, fish stress, algae blooms, eutrophication, that sort of thing. This is a big deal. because the Liberty Reservoir composes 40% of Baltimore City's drinking water, right? So the upstream impacts of the site chosen and the suburbs around Baltimore lead to a harder to purify drinking reservoir, and it actually makes it more expensive to purify as well. And colloquially, there's been a lot of suburban growth around the site. My parents, who grew up in Howard County, actually equate it to the growth seen in Columbia, now in Carroll County, so it's going further and further out. A closer look at the site. This is the main focus of the project here, an odd-shaped parcel, to say the least, and there is a 100-year floodplain to the south of the site, and that CSX train line as well at the bottom of the site actually follows the North Branch Patapsco River, which drains directly into the Liberty Reservoir. There used to be a practice green up here, and you would, putt into this area with protective berms, right? And then there's clubhouse as well as golf paths. And then, along the railroad track, there is a little bit of historic fabric there. Anything that's not these burgundy figures is a McMansion, right? Pretty typical golf course situation. Now the top shape of the site is relatively flat. And then there is, of course, because of the floodplain north to south, a very dramatic change in topography, which does render a lot of the site probably not buildable. This is a little bit of a better view for that, but something noticed on site is the way that the runoff from all those lawns comes down through the culvert, right, along the road, as well as from the clubhouse down, and then down that very large hill to the reservoir. So the rate of stormwater runoff is very fast as well during storm events. Now, what are we doing? So this is a site proposal, probably better seen up on the first board there. This site proposal has 2 housing typologies and 4 unit types, duplexes in each of the houses. And it actually recirculates the approach to the clubhouse as behind and orients the clubhouse towards nature, and then gives a protected walking space behind the clubhouse in a play space, and kind of connects all the golf paths for walking and leisure. Now, big move in this project is changing the grade because of the stormwater management issues and because of the way it was built up with lots of ornamental trees. The grade, which is the existing grade on the right, bowl-shaped, is being gently flattened. And then there would be native grasses and some different stormwater management systems placed in that area of the site. And then that earth is used for the rammed earth walls made on site. Talk about it in a second. Some of the regulating lines, the flag of the cul-de-sac is picked up and flipped to enter via car, and then the clubhouse kind of axis is honored, but honored towards the outdoors and not the circle, the traffic circle. So adding in the native grass species as well as some new trees to the existing tree canopy allows for these landscape patches with native plantings that kind of catch that runoff and help clean it as it goes to the Liberty Reservoir. The circulation is pretty self-evident. And then the housing types used here are a courtyard, stacked courtyard scheme, which is seen at the bottom of the boards there. And then the scheme on the top is the Vista scheme. And a little peek at the site sections, kind of coming down from the clubhouse down towards the road, there would be a very nice promenade onto the pathways. And then this is a look at how the housing typologies sit next to each other on the other side. Now, the overlook house here is a duplex with vertically stacked units. And an important part of this is being able to overlap the vistas that people are getting as part of that idea for the lawn. So it's trying to make that more efficient. And you would enter one of the units from the street side, kind of in this bottom image, this teal color. And then the other unit, you would go down a stair ramp and enter from the basement. This housing type kind of mimics a basement walkout suburban home. And then that unit type A is very simple. You come in from the parallel parking on the street, enter, and then you have a bar of the public program, and you would turn right onto the bedrooms, and then you have, it's a 3-bedroom, 2-bath at 1,000 square feet. And then the kind of test of this idea of looking out onto your lawn is this deck area here. You can see it as well down in section 1. And then that is on the top floor. And just to kind of paint the picture of the experience, you might wake up in the morning from that, on that deck, get a drink of coffee, get ready, rush out through, and then rush to your car to work. Those are the series of perspectives on the top of the boards. And then unit type B, the underground unit, is actually the exact mirror of the unit on the top. You would enter it from your own patio, and a lot of this grassy area would actually feel like it was yours. And then you would enter and you would be seeing some of the structure, but you would get a feeling of light at the end of the hallway from this light shaft that kind of mimics a chimney on the facade of the building. Now, maybe you're a family coming home from a walk around those lovely paths. You come down the stair ramp, approach the home, and then you're back in that kitchen, and you can probably see it better over there, the light streaming through that light shaft. In the middle board, there's also these diagrams on zones and circulation to help orient you. And as I mentioned earlier, a big part of this is thinking about carbon. And so there are 2 kind of alternative wall types proposed: a rammed earth wall type that's based off of the Roche house in the biogenic manual of section, which is a rammed earth construction method in a similar climate in Europe. And then a expanded cork kind of, essentially 2x6 traditional residential construction with a different cladding on the outside. Now, speaking a little bit to the wall section itself, the way the rammed earth wall sections work is they have clay plaster on the interior, and then they are insulated by reed mat, and then you would have your moisture barrier, and then you would have lime stabilized rammed earth, and then you could put that directly next to the soil, but you would insulate it with foam glass insulation on the exterior, and then you'd be particular with how you dealt with the soils butting up against it. And an interesting feature of this wall section is the brick erosion course, which actually helps wick the water down the exterior if it rains. But this wall section type is meant to breathe. It's not meant to be as closed off as some of the wall section types we traditionally interact with. And then that expanded cork would sit kind of on top of it. So you have this, monolithic rammed earth bottom, and then this expanded cork top, which is a very, very similar. It would be supported by 2x6s, and then the expanded cork would sit on that construction type. So then the second housing typology, which uses these 2 material choices is the stacked courtyard house, and this mimics a row home or a townhome a little bit. And it also is a duplex with one unit on top and a different unit on bottom. And for the unit on the top, you would actually enter in between, kind of the slot in between each of the houses, and then you would turn and enter through the door. And this is a 2-bedroom, 2-bath unit. And then if you were going into that unit, you would kind of slot in there, get some of your privacy, get your feeling of the yard, and then turn and you would kind of feel safe inside the living room. And then the unit type underneath it is one of the bigger unit types here. And you would enter downhill from the previous unit, go in, and you would have like a true courtyard on the exterior. And then there is a large component of this unit that is like earth nestled. And these are folks coming through the front door and then getting a view out towards that courtyard and maybe having a party on the patio. So it uses the same wall types. Now, an interesting kind of comparison of this thesis was a little bit of economics. So because of the site costs and the construction costs, which I did assume were higher for this alternative construction type, but because of the unit count versus what you might see with a proposed single family scheme, you actually don't break even with the proposed single family scheme because of the different costs versus in the duplex scheme, you might break even, get a little revenue. Now back to kind of the whole idea of the thesis, carbon. I compared on the top here, the typical McMansion development per house and the materials used. And this is just the metric tons of carbon dioxide that are positive versus on the bottom, the materials I propose for this housing type. And what's interesting here and what was a very big truth of the thesis is that you still are using a lot of materials that even in the alternative like wall assemblies, I didn't expect clay plaster to have that much metric tons of CO2 like per volume, right? And even rammed earth, right? So where you really see a lot of savings in terms of embodied carbon here is with the net that you're getting. So the materials that are actually sequestering carbon during their production and life cycle, such as the expanded cork, the different elements of timber, and the reed mat in particular, as well as all of the dimensional lumber used. You crunch the numbers, and per house, you save 11.4 metric tons of carbon dioxide. And then by unit, compared to the number of households, 1 versus 2, you would save 21.6 metric tons of carbon dioxide. And then when you multiply that out for all of the houses in the development of the proposed scheme versus the thesis proposal versus a typical single family development, you would save over 100 metric tons of carbon dioxide, and that number goes down significantly when you think about the number of units, the different volume of units. And of course, the experience itself on the side, the experience on the site itself, you have more of an interaction with nature, you have more of these communal elements, and maybe you don't have to mow your lawn. Okay, I'm actually going to leave it there, and then I do just want to point out behind Professor Bell is some process work to look at, and then I do have these different models of the 2 different housing types with these models. So this is the housing type on the bottom, the roofs do come off, and then this is the housing type on the top of this board. If you
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay. Oh,
You showed one plan where you have the typical suburban house and the lots. Do you have a drawing that shows the lots for yours? Because it seems to me diminishing the lawn means diminishing the lot, right? And so, do you have that? Point that out.
I do not have that drawing, because ultimately this community would probably be better served as a condominium complex or a cooperative community, because then you would be pulling your resources to maintain something like the play area. But so I don't currently in the design have the different parcels.
Oh, I just had a quick question, and then the metrics that you have here are just correct me if I'm wrong, is for construction, right? Is it it's for the it's for the comparison of construction, not necessarily lifetime, like year 10-year projection or 5-year projection. Is that correct?
So that is the cradle to grave amounts of carbon. So it actually it's the full life cycle of the materials.
For the building itself, but not necessarily how we use the building, how like
Correct.
just
Correct.
life
Correct.
cycle
Absolutely.
after
Yes.
construction. That I'm just wanting to understand.
Correct.
That. Okay.
Thank you.
Couple of questions. So there's no property lines.
Except for the original parcel lines.
Okay,
Yes.
so the HOA would have to maintain all of the area around it.
Correct.
Okay. And did building orientation and the path of the sun make any impact on how you cited things? Because that can, you know, the east-west orientation can have an impact on the you know, consumption of heat and solar gain and things like that on the house. Any?
Yes. So this diagram down here, solar capture, at least for this village of buildings, I did think about how the kind of oddly pitched roofs would capture some of.
But they're not on an east-west orientation.
Correct.
That's not in the consideration. And then are these, the three ones with the gray roofs, are they actually attached to each other or not?
No.
So there's a space between them.
Correct.
How far apart are they?
They're about 7 to 10 feet apart.
And they don't have windows on the sides
Correct, for privacy.
for privacy. Okay. We'll come back to that.
I think first I really want to commend you for especially the use of PowerPoint and the graphics and really making that work for you. I think that was very successful in your presentation. I think I have two kind of questions with kind of the focus on sustainability and really pushing that. I can see in the details. That's awesome. I wonder how much consideration was given to the mechanical and kind of plumbing systems. I know I grew up apartments, townhouses, single family homes, and one of the main complaints is the systems and having one system for kind of so many units. Like, who takes care of it? How do we divide that? So I'm curious to hear about that as well, kind of the separation between the two units. Like, is there acoustic concerns with people walking above and that sort of thing? How you thought through that?
There would definitely need to be acoustic considerations. And I totally feel your pain. I live in a condo. And so maintaining those common resources is a big deal. Something explored in the thesis was this idea of using integrated systems through each of these like hubs on both the east and the west, or villages, if you will. And that would be maybe a direction to focus more in the future. Each of the units has a utility room, so you could in theory like land a water heater for both units in either utility room, for example, but yes. Thank you for the feedback.
So I think looking at it, I'm reminded of Weiss Manfredi building. That's a greenhouse in Longwood Gardens, but they have these earth ducts where they pull the cold air through the ground and then go up. And I think you're kind of starting to do that with changing the topography, having that house kind of, there's like a shaft on one of the sections, I believe, but maybe looping that in if you had 2 more weeks.
Thank you. Yes. So the question was, how do you manage rainwater? Because I did talk about managing the runoff. And what I was thinking here with the water capture diagram is that each of these buildings would have a gutter, and the roofs are pitched in a way that the larger roof you could collect at the end with a gutter, and then you could either have an individual cistern underground, or you could have underground piping to a cistern at the bottom corner of those kind of like 3-unit gray roof buildings. And then you could do that also under maybe the stair ramp here with this building typology, because that is the ultimate downhill. And then of course you would have different stormwater management techniques within the native grass meadows as well.
It's typically a major consideration in site planning these days.
Yes. Thank you.
I still have some questions follow up to his question. So the metrics that we're looking at here is for the production of and for the materials.
Correct.
But the heating and cooling loads, you're also calculating what the, like, are what, yeah, how, let me see. I'm curious how this design is actually impacting the heating and cooling loads during peak season.
Absolutely. I think that is something to be explored further.
Too far.
And that is not included in these calculations.
Sorry, I'm just not talking into it.
Sure. Yeah, so the question was, are these embodied carbon calculations considering the like operating of the building, right? The heating and the cooling that you would need to use. And the answer there is, I was considering for a long time in this design a type of solar panel that actually captures hydrogen. And then you would heat and cool the homes using hydrogen power, and it would be clean energy capture. But those solar panels are very underdeveloped and only in Europe. So kind of pivoted away from that. But with that idea, you would maybe in the future not even need to consider that, because the way you'd be capturing the energy would be clean itself. But that is definitely something to consider in the future. Geothermal would work as well, yes.
Or even passive house design really limits the unit loads. But I have another question too. So this, I'm trying to think back at this statement, distilling suburban myth, and looking at this, what they look like single family detached homes, but they're multi-units, right? And comparing to the McMansion homes, which are typically family designed for family and family context. As someone who has a family, I have 2 children, and 1,500 square feet is just not enough room. We have so much stuff. We house our stuff, and especially in Christmas and holiday season. My goodness.
You shouldn't give the kid $37.
That's another story. Where are we going to put my stuff? There's no basement, no attic, there's no linen closet. There's closets just in the bedrooms. And I'm thinking from a practical sense, where and how are we attracting families that are used to stuff and housing stuff? Where does that live here?
Yeah, so the closest thing you would have here would be kind of that utility storage room here and stacked above there. But that's a good point, and that could be something that could maybe be a communal storage building or something like that. Currently, the clubhouse on site, kind of at the center of the plan, does have an upper floor and an attic, so maybe that could be something to develop into that.
So Rory, I'm gonna zoom out a little bit from the storage to the zoomed in comments. There's systems, there's so much going on. There's a lot to really unpack here, but I'm gonna zoom out and I want to congratulate you on a very ambitious thesis. I'm gonna start that way because, you know, I can parse out at least 3 different thesis projects in here. One that has to do with the suburban myth, which is a separate topic in and of itself. another one that has to do with housing typologies of the single family type, of course, and finally building science on alternative construction methods for single family homes. Each one of those three warrant a separate thesis and a very fundamental deep tissue look into the subject. So I commend you on the ambition of tackling all three. And as it all goes, because there's three moving in parallel, they're all sort of developed to a certain point. There's a lot to sort of be critical of here. There's, you know, a lot to really compliment for the effort. I take this thesis proposal more as sort of opening questions and establishing kind of avenues of discussion and dialogue more so than really putting forth particular solutions. And I say that because although you've attempted to really calculate things and prove that, you know, prove your thesis in terms of this is better than that, it's important to really do that in that deep, really descriptive way that a separate thesis will do it. Like, for example, if this was a building science kind of thesis, we would want to see examples of these alternative construction methods, because as it stands right now, there's really no proof that this could even work here.
Understood.
We know it's not been constructed in Maryland, but you mentioned other places of similar climates. I think it's important to go there. If you're going to put material like that on the wall, it's important to back it up even just a little bit. And you mentioned very quickly the reference that you're using in order to make these calculations. That needs a little bit more kind of reference and a little bit more development. Otherwise, it kind of starts to add a little bit into pseudoscience. You know, you need to really, you're so good at really asking a question, very uh, energetically sort of searching for proposals, for solutions, for all of that. You're doing all the right steps. It seems like there's quite a few jumps in the methodology that sort of quickly take us as like, and therefore 2 + 2 is equal to 4, and it's more than 6, you know? And I think there's this moment where we start to ask at the end, and I heard the question, so what is this thesis about? Is it about the alternative methodology and how we're going to sequester carbon, or, you know, the lower carbon footprint? Or is it about actually the perception of suburbanism and kind of how families live, or how they actually want to live? I mean, is this for every single family? Is this for any single kind of, you know, be it demographic or anything like that? That's a whole other level of discussion. There was awesome stuff about security, status, autonomy, and control. And I was looking forward to tracking it elsewhere in the presentation, and it never came back. But I commend you for your ability to really parse out that information and pull out, okay, these are the 4 things I'm going to look at. I wanted to see that again, you know, somewhere in the presentation. Perhaps you don't need 3 or 4 different building types, even if it was just one, but you were really like going into testing some of these notions and how alternative, you know, proposals can factor in when it comes to that. So I want to give enough time for the others to comment on it, but I wanted to both be critical how each one of these topics, I feel like you've cracked the door open on them. And I think we're going to have good discussion. Everyone's going to have a lot to add to all of those. But I think it's the overall ambitious kind of quality of the project that allows each one of them to really rise to a place where you can prove a point. But nonetheless, unlike some of the previous proposals that I saw that were a little too cooked and a little too closed book, like done, there it is, build it tomorrow. You know, I want to leave room here to commend you for the beginning of a journey for you. You know, as much as this is a closure of this chapter, I like all the questions you're asking, because this is going to take much longer to actually answer them. But I'm excited and optimistic for you because I know that you have a lot of work to do going forward. Thank you.
Thank you.
And just to add to that, like, you know, going to if broken down into 3 major parts, the first part is the one that's trying to just to react to your thesis statement, right? The first part is saying, hey, I've made a conclusion, or I've made a statement that says I want to challenge the notion of suburbia, or I want to challenge the notion of, or trying to find ways to improve our carbon footprint, or carbon stability to a certain construction strategy, or development strategy. I think that if you do that, just as much as it's going to start to ask or allow us to create questions, is for you to land on certain questions, and bring that humility to the project to say, like, okay, even I went through this entire process, and there's a really great process and a tremendous amount of work. Is my project better than that? Is it supposed to be, am I supposed to say, hey, this isn't supposed to save the world per se, maybe, unless that was your intention, then you'd have to dig deeper. But is the idea that, is the McMansion development versus this development, is it this much better? Is it that much better? Or what? And if so, why? And why is that an issue? And why is that occasion? Is the global, you're not going to necessarily challenge the global paradigm of, like, that while you have a different type development type strategy, people are still good. You're suggesting people are still driving to work, which is probably far away from what you were just talking about. You have to cross this and go here, go here.
Yeah.
People are probably going to be buying stuff from Amazon all the time, and now you have 27 homes of stuff coming to your house, and it sounds like even regardless of space, people still find places to buy more stuff. And the worst part, there's not any more room to put stuff. They get rid of stuff very quickly, and then they add new stuff, right? So the carbon footprint, or the carbon, the challenge to the idea of that house and that development, we, again, you have to ask yourself, am I trying to say that this is just slightly better than this, or is it tremendously better because of this, or should I suggest a different type of living a living, strategy, like, right? Even if I live in suburbia, I should think about not driving to work. I should think about this should be a live work opportunity, or, sorry, go ahead.
She wasn't going to do all of those things, right? All you said is, I'm going to solve for these four variables: security, status, autonomy, and control, right? That is the distillation of the draw to the suburbs for many. That's average. I don't know who the average American is, but for me, this is very clear. You set up a problem. I'm going to solve for security, status, autonomy, and control. Those are the four attractors. So I'm going to make sure I solve for those. Unfortunately, I don't think your prototype or your typology solves for three of them very well.
Okay.
I think security, fine. I
Okay.
think this status, I mean, if I just look at the diagram, I have an identifiable place, which is mine. That's status. But each one of your stacked buildings doesn't actually solve for that,
Identify.
right? They have to share their status with somebody. So that's an X for me. Autonomy. Each one of those is two, right? So each one of those people has to work in cooperation with the other. So that doesn't solve for autonomy for me. And then in terms of control, they have very little control. Actually, they don't have any private individual space themselves. So I think that it's not that the science or the net zero potential of a project like this isn't compelling. That's just not what you narrowed your problem to. You narrowed your problem to this.
Yes.
And for me, that's where you should have spent all of your time. And I think there are precedents closer by that do a better job. I mean, architecturally, the Kentlands and River Park in Southwest DC couldn't be more different. But either one of them solves for security, status, autonomy, and control in a higher density way than what you've made here. I would have spent more time studying architectural precedents of housing typologies than on some of the science, because I think that's shifting sand, right? That technology is going to continue to advance. You need to be thinking about operational costs. You can't just say, this is how much it costs to build it, and then that's it. I think I would have spent a lot more time really drawing. So we've talked about typology a number of times today, drawing all of the different ways people have unpacked how to make higher density but compelling middle urban, that's instead of calling it suburban, middle urban developments. And that would have yielded better results, maybe.
Understood. Thank you.
If I can say something about the accountability, I really appreciate that you made yourself accountable to, CO2. I think the landscape here can provide a lot of the accountability that you're looking for, and a lot of kind of the benefits that you're looking for. If you only, I think you haven't really measured it, how many new trees are being planted here. Of course, you're removing a huge amount of cut that you're reusing, which would include organic material and topsoil that is very precious. I would store that. But I think, like, you haven't really talked about the landscape so much. And then, there are a lot of the lifestyle could change as a result of how people are interacting with the landscape. And that's maybe how you sell this product You have, I operated and worked in Irvine a lot. The big Irvine company motto is you make the home smaller, but you make the parks and the paseos much more prominent, and then that's a different climate. But I think there's something here to be said about what the landscape is doing that it wasn't doing before, and maybe make yourself, that could be how you address some of the comments earlier. Maybe it's not architectural innovation, it's the relationship between the elements that make a neighborhood different. So that to me is missing. A good precedent would be also the Eco Village in Ithaca, New York. There they try to, but there also the landscape participates in it, and then they try to create more communal sort of food sort of production. That could be also another way to answer the question.
So I think this is not about housing prototypes. It's about lot prototypes. And there are a lot of examples. Northwest DC is a good example. The Garden District of New Orleans is a great example. Midtown in Memphis is a great example. It's where you actually have smaller homes, smaller lots, but you also allow for bigger homes. I think the issue, so I'm going to go back. I don't think that there's a suburban myth. I think there's a suburban reality that is based on aspirations and based on zoning laws. Those big houses, I crossed over Liberty Reservoir twice yesterday, getting a shoe put on my horse. And I understand it. And the reason those have those gigantic lawns is because they're zoned for one house, 3 acres. What?
Correct.
Right.
Correct.
And that goes back to Ralph. I don't know if Ralph is still here, right? Ralph's question about stormwater management. That's what's driving this. And so, I looked at this and I said, okay, you could have small houses that look like this. Okay. But what's going to happen is some guy's going to buy the duplex, both of them, and turn it into one house. Right. Which is perfectly fine. The notion of, one guy gets to into his house from the front door on the street, and the other guy has to go around the back. You're not paying the same amount for that square footage. Right. So I think that I have to say, was amazed by your research and how focused you were and detailed, because you explained things to me which I didn't understand. I learned a new word. I didn't know what benthic meant. Okay. But the issue here is, how big is the lot? How much do you control? And how can you sell someone who's aspiring, right, for a single family home, this home? And you can say, and what you're going to be able to do is say, and we're building it with a smaller carbon footprint. You can operate it with a smaller carbon footprint because we have built a water retainage pond, and the heating and cooling is all thrown into that thing. And there's all kinds of ways this project works really, really well. Okay. But I don't think what you held on to was the aspirational aspect of housing.
Yeah.
Which is key. I mean, you actually said it to begin with. You said, this is what people want. That's right. They do. And what you're saying is, no, you got to have this. Right. But I don't think it works that way.
Yes. Understood. Thank you.
I'll give it to you afterwards in a sec here. I'll be brief. I live in a 1927 semi-detached house that looks like one house.
Yes.
It's got 2 doors, and instead of going in the front, Alan's been there, you go in the side. And it's very clever because it looks much bigger. It's much bigger on the inside than it is on the outside. It gets fatter in the back and skinnier to the front.
Okay.
But what's interesting about it is it fits in a single family detached neighborhood because it doesn't look so characteristically different than the single family houses across the street. That's a very important thing, because I think Alan's point about going around back, that unit around back's a rental unit, because if you can't sell that unit because they don't have a front, it's basically a kind of typology where you buy the house and I own the whole thing and I rent the other unit out to somebody. I think probably that's a difficult sell in a suburban situation like this. It sells in a place where people could use the income from the second unit to be able to afford the whole house, which typically tend to be more modest kinds of arrangements there. I think And it's a zoning, yeah, it'd be zoning law too. I think the security thing is problematic because they don't have fronts on the street. And if I'm having a party, people are like, yeah, I'm the unit around back. And all of a sudden, the people who live up front have people traipsing around the house. So I think that's a bit of a problem. They both probably ought to have fronts if you're trying to do it that way. The other thing I think is, this is I admire you for taking this on because I think compact walkable urbanism is the best way to combat climate change. However, as many people have, taken that on, like Andres Dwani, it's very difficult to turn the spigot off in the suburbs and say, we're not going to keep building suburban houses. Because as you pointed out, the impetus to that is too strong. So trying to take this on as a thing is really important. I think what you have to try to do is make the architecture look like it has the myth. The myth of this is that I'm living in a big house, but in fact it could be three houses and they fit right in. And I think that's the kind of thing you see up by the cathedral. There are these triplexes, they look like one beautiful neoclassical house. They're actually 3 units. That's the sort of thing that actually works in these kind of situations. The last thing I will say before I hand the thing to Ronit is I think the carbon footprint thing would be helped a lot if they actually were attached, because you'd have one wall, two walls not exposed, right? And that would decrease the amount of, obviously air infiltration and things envelope on the outside of the building. And I think that would be one way to even further make the building seem like it had less impact on the environment. Right. Right. Exactly. Yeah, it's a little bit, the last thing I say is, it's a little bit, when I look at that elevation there, it's sort of clearly you're trying to do something sea ranchy there. I wish it was more sea ranchy, actually, to tell you the truth. The other aesthetic I think you might look at are the case study houses that were done in the 1960s. That were sort of modern houses, but they were trying to deal with the suburban ideal. There, I think it's a difficult problem, and I think Pavlina put her finger on it. There's 3 different directions of this thesis here, which make it a hard animal to wrestle here.
Absolutely.
That goes to Brian's comment earlier about the complexity of architecture, right? That's all these things. Actually, that was a great segue to the comments that I wanted to add, Rory. Did you study Reston at all?
I studied, you mean like Lake Anne?
All
and the village center right there?
No.
Okay.
The cluster
No,
housing.
No. Then.
So I think that would have been an amazing precedent for you. Because for everybody who's not familiar with Reston, planned community, only 20% of the land was built on, and different architects did each of those clusters. And so there's a whole set of different precedents in that. And the thing that is quite amazing, first of all, they're different styles, is that the benefit, many of them are connected townhouses, but there's property that's owned by each individual unit, and it's usually just the front 20 feet.
Okay.
The back area is owned by the cluster, and then there's all this space which is owned by the community, and kids could walk to school without touching any cars because there's a whole system of pathways where the cars are overhead. And what that does was that created outdoor amenities and communities that was a compensation perhaps for some of the losses of not having single family houses. And so I think that's a direction you were going here, but I think you needed to do it more. And Reston, I think, does it and gives this very interesting semi-suburban, it's high density in where it's where the building is done, and then creates this very this park-like setting, which allows you also to get to something like the commercial area of Lake Anne through walking. It also was incredibly ahead of its time when it was first, in so many ways. It has apartments that were designed for families with 6 children. It has single families. It had, just in terms of the range of people that it could accommodate, the kinds of housing. But also it was trying to do, in terms of its heating and cooling, Lake Anne was originally designed, though it didn't go forward, to be providing the cooling for all the commercial buildings in the area. And the lakes are connected as a way to actually deal with the water and, deal with this heating and cooling. So as a, like, I'd like to see you take this further. So if your potential site is not an urban neighborhood, but it's a area like this, Reston seems like a place that you could really learn from. The second thing that I just want to add is building on Matt's other comments. See, we do Bluetooth each other. Is thinking about the Charleston row house, the Charleston houses, where it's like Matt's, the way Matt was describing his unit, where actually you enter on the side of the house and there's an A-B side. So you enter on the long side perpendicular to the street, and then the house next to it, that has smaller windows because the side is the front door to the house to the right. And so it uses that space between in a very beautiful way. And the lots are deep. Right, but you enter, you don't enter in the front. And so there's an A-B relationship between in that space between one house and the next. So you don't need to have no windows on either side.
Yeah, understood.
So there are just some details, like when I look at the returning from a walk and your windows are right against the wall there. I don't know if that was like a blip. So AI blip, right? 3 hands. So I think that I love what you've been doing. I also learned a lot in the research, and I think that if you married some of this work with some of the precedents that exist and some of your aspirations, we could get to something that I'd be like, hey, I totally like find me a place there, right? And so I hope you have a chance to take a visit there if you haven't, and look to that as an example.
Thank you so much.
It's a very nice presentation. It's very, very clear. I actually agree with a lot of the comments, so I don't want to be redundant. I mean, I just to add one dumb thing, cross ventilation, corner windows, those would add to your resilience, little things like that. But I also wish you would have been more thoughtful about the landscape and the place you were making, because it's clear, it almost feels like one of these co-housing communities in the Pacific Northwest where, again, there's a lot of beautiful spaces that are created by sacrificing your private realm and all the 4 things that you very clearly articulated, which, again, the way Elizabeth said, maybe came a little short on some of those, but in return, what are you giving them? And that play area, it seems like a bit of a throwaway kind of comment, whereas that's, nature, the last child in nature. I mean, that's where you want the kids to be, even though they're drawn to the screens. So in any case, I love the presentation and how clear and everything is done. I might have put that bottom left more in the center because it really speaking to a lot of the things that you're referring to. And one other silly comment is the slope of the roof. Was there an intention to killing a framer's mental state in setting that up?
My dad said that when he was helping me do the model. He was like, I wouldn't want to frame this. But it was to try to do a lot of things at once. Water capture and solar capture and, aesthetics. So totally agree.
Well, that's a very good answer because you have an intention, and whether you get there or not, you're striving towards it, and that's, I think, what you're all trying to do.
Hey. Yeah, I just want to congratulate you on, it's been really fun working with you for the past year on this. Your research is fascinating and original, and you were just asking the biggest, most unsolvable questions there are. And I love how undaunted you were by that. I think that the amount of discussion and suggestions and questions and even a little arguing here is a testament in a way to all of, as Paulina said, all the doors that you open. So I just want to commend you on opening as many doors as you felt like opening in this thesis, because it's your thesis. There's really never an expectation that you're going to answer all the questions. Like, I think, sort of absorb what's been said and use that to inspire you further, because I have a feeling you're not going anywhere with this question. I mean, I said that wrong. The question is not going to let you alone. So, and it's an important question. So,
Thank you.
Yeah.
Hey, Rory, there are more precedents about co-housing or site planning in our area that's beyond Sea Ranch. um, I don't know if anybody here is familiar with Roland Park in Baltimore.
Yes.
And there is a little known block between Edgewood and Edgevale, right off of Fallsway, where it's a circle, like they've almost in the West, Wild Wild West, circled the wagons. They circled the houses so that there's this co-housing where that, I think there are 15 people, Julie, do you know this? But, houses that share a backyard. And that sense of community within community is what really makes that a very attractive space. And so, but what that implies is part of the myth or the trauma of suburbia is I have to have my McMansion stand out and not be uniform. And in your project, there's a little bit too much uniformity, but at the same time, that can be a positive of a style. Well, Sea Ranch is all about uniformity. I mean, you think about the Truman Show, that movie, and it's right there. But Seaside. No, I didn't mean Sea Ranch. I meant Seaside. Thank you very much. But also implied in, say, the Roland Park model, as well as in some other precedent studies, is that sense of site planning where you have a double-loaded street. So the inboard people benefit from that co-space, but the outboard people don't share that common thing. And I was wondering if you had examined the density factor where it was just that single-sided donut, where people are looking out their backyard into the common space, as opposed to, I see that outer ring, they're looking, it's that double-loaded versus single-loaded corridor model in terms of house, the Monopoly Legos. And would that have changed anything in your concept? Thank you.
That slip about Sea Ranch, Seaside, actually made me think that the image of suburbia is as important as the lawn and stuff like that, the sort of whole gestalt of that. And in fact, actually the brilliance of Seaside is that Liz and Andreas were able to sort of categorize all of these series of components: French porch, pitched roof, proportion of glazing to solid wall, materiality, picket fence, all of these things. And at the same time, take a bunch of folks from we're used to hanging out in the redneck Riviera and used to having big lawns and big, everything big, and squeezing them down onto sites that were much smaller, making more profit for the developer at the end of the day. And to me, that is probably, I'm sorry we didn't talk about that in the process, because to me that would have been an interesting thing to look at, how Seaside developed a whole series of typologies that took head on the myth of suburbia and tried to tame it in a great extent. My worry is that the architecture that we've ended up with itself may be problematic for the market.
Yes.
The market is like Potomac. And Potomac is the sort of Mar-a-Lago cosmetic face equivalent of classical architectural or traditional architecture, meaning that all the features are tremendously distorted because nobody knows what they're doing in this stuff. And it strikes me is that but that image is important. That's a pervasive thing. I need to have this thing look like, it is something recognizable as architecture.
Could do this, microphone or not, I think you could do this as a mid-century modern design. Okay, I think the issues that are working against you, okay, is that you didn't embrace the aspiration of a single family home enough, and what do people look for? Right, I think that there are any number of styles you could make this work. Okay, I mean, one of the great things about the Garden District or DC, Northwest DC, or Midtown in Memphis, is that there are different styles and different sizes of homes. There are lots and lots of 16 and 1400 square foot bungalows, and then at other places there are 5,000 square foot big homes that have. I mean, one of the problems of the McMansions is not their size; it's the lack of integrity of their design. It really is. It's that you look at it and you go, it's not a Greek temple, it's not a Roman bath, it's not
The Mar-a-Lago face.
and so it is. If I take this piece here and I glom it on, and I take that piece on and I glom it on, I'm very happy.
So Alan, I'm not suggesting that it's an issue of style at all. And I agree with you entirely. It's an issue of typology. It goes back to what I said before. The failure of this architecture faculty is the inability of this architecture faculty to teach its students about typology. And look, I know you did it in your studio last year, but I'm telling you, I'm saying to you that I watched the end product. And I'm saying my opinion to this is that we fail the students in that area. And, I'm sorry if we don't agree on that. I'm sorry if you did it, but this is not a lesson learned. This may be a lesson taught, but it's not a lesson learned.
One of the most interesting drawings you showed was very early on. You showed all these different houses with different and they were basically typologies. What are those houses, right? And what I'm not seeing is, although it may be there, I may just not be seeing it. There's an immense amount I don't see. Is how you got from those diagrams, which were really interesting, to basically, okay, there's a house that really is not fleshing out as well as you would like it to, and probably doesn't flesh out as well as the house you grew up in.
I think we have one more comment here and then I'll wrap.
Great, thank you.
I just want to add to what probably hasn't really been said too much is that what you're also trying to do here is change policy, housing policy, zoning policy. I know we talked about zoning, but it just goes beyond that. There's a lot of policy that you need to account for when designing building space, interior, exterior. But I do see a place for this in Prince George's County, actually in the more urban suburban neighborhoods like College Park, Hyattsville, University Park, well, that around this area, the one corridor. The county itself is actually going through a study of missing middle housing. And this is missing middle housing, the design of it, having duplexes, having starter homes for younger families to grow into and then move out and up. That I think might also, there might be a correlation a little bit between that and distilling urban myth, because it's sort of like an urban suburban area. You're also working against, like, here in College Park, there was some $1 million homes being built that were single family detached lots. But they look like these sort of McMansions, but in very small scale. I can't remember the street name. So I think you have to look at the space, the place where you're putting this at, because this can solve some policy issues, housing policy issues, especially here in like a more urban suburban neighborhood.
All right, so as the chair of this thesis, I have the distinct honor of being the last to speak. Rory, congratulations. I mean, above all, I think this shows, and I think most people would agree here, that this shows the value of intensive thesis research and then an analysis-based design program. It really took seriously the idea that you might learn something you didn't know from a semiotic factor analysis of the way these kinds of houses are marketed, and then actually make an intervention in that would make a more sustainable solution. And let's call this iteration 1, because you got so many great tips today. You could even start from those basic diagrams and do the whole thing over again and incorporate some of the things that are successful, but also I wrote down all the precedents that people were citing throughout. So if you want that list, I can send it to you. I do want to remark on typology a little bit. We can get, I don't want to get into the whole debate about, oh yeah, great, here he is. Great. So as faculty, do we teach typology effectively? That's definitely a discussion. Rory considered typology in this project. And what we came to was Quatremer de Quincy's version of TEEP, as opposed to Durand or something, where it's about this kind of nucleus, this idea, and it's not actually about the surface forms. Um, and at the center of that nucleus of the TEEP could be a solution that combines security, status, autonomy, and control. And those kinds of diagrams, I think, get at that to a certain degree. So the final outcome might not have the forms you expect, the picket fence, et cetera, but it's typology just according to this other definition. And Rory specifically took that on. So congratulations, Rory. A lot of great hard work, great analysis.
Thank you.
And congratulations to all 4 morning presenters. You've all succeeded. That's fantastic. For our reviewers, if we'll gather our stuff. In this last conversation, we talked a lot about stuff. I thought George Carlin would show up for a moment to talk about stuff as well. Come on upstairs for lunch. Kenny and Fabian, join us for lunch, please.